Okay, so good afternoon to our afternoon session. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and there's more, hang on, and Wendat peoples, who are now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid session with virtual and in-person format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, the city's online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearings may watch. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with their computer, tablet, smartphone, telephone, or other device and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask you also mute your devices until you're called to speak. Oops, sorry about that. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You'll only be visible during the 5-minute allotted time, and there'll be a clock that you'll be able to see on the screen. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, COA staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during their appearance. The host will remove you from the panel if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee of an application must fill out a request form, and those participating virtually to submit a written request for a decision by mail. Please ensure you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeals by email mode. If you do not agree with the decision, you may have an opportunity to appeal the decision to the TLAB or, in some limited circumstances, the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government has recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal committee applications to the Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal the decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision committee form. I'll call each item in order listed. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant and agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are getting close to the 5 minutes, and you can also look on the screen. You will see that. Any presentation or other materials you want to submit must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept any materials here during the hearing. When addressing the committee, please state clearly your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee. The committee may not entertain revisions to the proposals of the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if its substantially revisions is accurate and all those entitled to notice of application are informed of the changes. The individuals in support or opposed will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in this hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has the opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the speaker. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee. So I'm going to first ask if there are any declarations of conflict?
Mr. Chair, I have a conflict with item number 32, 6150, 6160 Yonge Street. One of the principals in the Sorbera group is a neighbor of mine.
Okay. I also have, if it's here, I have a conflict with, I'm trying to get the number here. I will do it when I get there. Let me just get it here. Get it when we call it. I save some time here. Yeah, 22 Yorkview. As I'm familiar with one of the applicants.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, what was that one?
22 Yorkview. I'm familiar with one of the applicants
Okay, thank you.
who appeared when it was deferred. I'm making an assumption she'll be appearing again, but closing. Do we have any files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no files to be closed at this time.
Okay, so we'll go to the deferral request. Are there any applicants who are asking to defer their application to a later date? I see none here, but I don't know if we have any by voice on WebEx. Anyone here want anything deferred? No? Are there some that are on WebEx then that, because I've been told there were a couple of deferral.
Mr. Chair, I have 2 deferrals on record.
I think there's 2 deferral requests.
Mr. Chair, there are 2 deferrals, one of which you have a conflict with.
So what are the 2? Are they both on WebEx?
The first deferral request is item number 31, 22 Yorkview.
31?
That's correct.
Okay, well, if that's the case, I won't have to recuse myself. Okay, so is the applicant here on item 31?
Isn't this the one who says you have a conflict?
Or 22 Yorkview?
Mr. Chair, is this the one that you have a conflict with?
Sorry, your voice is a little muffled, Simon.
Mr. Chair, is this the item that you have a conflict
Yes,
with?
it is. So if they're here and are going to do it off the church, turn the gavel over to Jordan. Are they here requesting the deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant is available on WebEx.
Okay, so Mr. Allison, I'm going to ask you to deal with this deferral because I have a conflict of interest on this particular item.
Very good. Can we, did you want to step?
Yeah, I'm going to do that if you call. They are here, so.
Okay.
So we'll step out and then come back when it's time for the second deferral.
Okay. Can we hear from the applicant at 22 Yorkview Drive? Do we have him?
Yes, good afternoon, committee panels. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So the reason that we asked for deferral is actually my client, the owner of 22 Yorkview, did an honest mistake, and they installed the wrong sign on the property because we had another deferral with different this case before to be able to talk and negotiate with our neighbors, and then also we had a problem with installing the sign. My client installed the wrong sign with the wrong date stated on the property, and that's why to make sure that all the public is informed about the application, we are asking for deferral for the next available hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before the applicant proceeds to discuss it anymore, we need his name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Can we just get your name? Thank you.
Sure. My name is Acknowledgement. I'm here as the architect of project, and on behalf of my client, owner of 22 Yorkview Drive. The address is 3429 Yonge Street, N4, N2, N1.
Thank you. Do we want to hear from anybody in opposition at this time with respect to the request for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a number of speakers.
I see there are 3 additional speakers.
Yeah, we'll just confirm with staff if they're available to speak in person or online, and they may speak to and address the deferral before we go back to the applicant.
Great. And if they don't mind, if they can just state their name and address as well before they start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name's Stan Charlov. I'm residing at 35 Yorkview Drive. I attended previous meeting. It was deferred, and the reason was posted sign. This time, sign was posted, but for the wrong dates. So it's second referral for the same reason. And I'm not in the business of construction. I took a half day off on my work just to attend this meeting. And it seems to me the same reason for the first deferral. I think should be something should be done, not like second time for the same reason.
Okay, so you do not, just to clarify, you do not support the request for deferral?
Yes, I do not. I suggest this request to be just rejected.
Okay. Any, can we hear from the other?
I can provide a couple reasoning for that if I have like a minute. I believe
go ahead.
all, can I? Yeah, I believe all these letters were submitted supporting or opposing
Mr.
this
Chair, excuse me,
request.
if we're only discussing the deferral, we're not hearing evidence at this point?
Yeah, thank you. We don't need to hear evidence about the application. We're only dealing with the matter of deferral at this time.
Okay, so
Okay.
I would, yeah, I'm supporting rejection of this request, not referral.
Thank you. We have that on
Thank
the
you.
record. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to answer, I just want to briefly mention to the committee that because there is a sign posting issue, the legislative requirement for giving notice have not been met.
Okay. In that case,
We should still hear.
We
just-
should
Just
still-
so
okay.
that everybody knows that.
Thank you for the
It should be
clarification.
deferred because proper notice was not given.
okay. Can we hear from the other 2 when they're ready? Oh, hello. Hi.
Thank you very much. My name is Anne McConnell. I'm the Oh, wrong button. Okay, thanks very much. Yes, Anne McConnell, 33 Yorkview Drive, close to the property, and I'm here representing the Edithvale Yonge Community Association as well. We also do not agree with the request for deferral. And we don't agree with this request for deferral because the same reason was given for the deferral the first time. I was attending the first time, as were some of my other neighbors here, and I had to ask actually 3 times to be repeated to hear the reason for deferral. The first reason given for deferral by the applicant was to address concerns of the neighbors. And so we reluctantly agreed to a deferral based on that. But we asked twice for him to repeat the second reason, and then the chair had to ask for the reason to be repeated because she also didn't understand what was said. And then it came out that it was the request for deferral due to a sign not being posted. And that is in fact what shows up as the reason for this hearing being rescheduled. So we don't agree with awarding a second deferral. And also the stated reason for deferral the first time around addressing concerns for neighbors was not addressed. None of the concerns of the 17 nearby neighbors that wrote have been addressed. I will just mention that we're aware of a form letter that was posted in support. However, for reasons I can explain when the time is right, those letters are not credible to the community. The agent is the same agent, for example, for 383 Yorkview that wrote one of those letters. So neighbors' concerns have not been addressed. Neither of those 2 reasons for deferral have been addressed, and we don't support another deferral. We would like to see it refused.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have somebody else? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Doug Wilson, 22 Yorkview Drive,
Thank you.
2 doors down from this property. And I also I would like refusal of this application because of exactly what Anne had given.
We're just dealing with the deferral at
Okay.
this time, so if we could just,
So therefore, I would like it to proceed, but yeah.
okay, very good, thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Mr. Chair, would you like to give the applicant
Yeah,
last say?
let's give the
Maybe to
applicant
clarify.
the chance to respond. I mean, I have some questions as to why the sign, I believe if he can clarify, this is not the first, it's the second time we're dealing with the same issue.
Yes, thank you so much for that. Actually, it's a mistake that my client did because, he's so busy with, installing and, it happened to the first time. Even for us, we would be more than happy our case to be heard today because, all this delay and damage, it's going to cause us so damage. And during between first deferral and second deferral, we did communicate with our neighborhood. We submitted several, we did back and forth and have a meeting with some neighbor that's directly affected by this one. But this happens, and it was surprised us. This happened. It was an honest mistake by my client. Again, if the I don't believe that it's optional, but if we would be more than happy to be here today as well. But whatever panel decide, we will follow that.
Sir, if you could just clarify for me, this is the second time that a deferral is being requested for not posting the notice?
The first time, the reason for the first time was, installation of the sign. And also we, at the very last moment, we heard that we do have so many concerns through the neighborhood. But yes, basically the first time was for not installing the sign. For this time, my client, by mistake, print and installed the previous committee sign. And I could, I didn't install the sign by myself. My client did it. He did it by mistake, and that's why I was informed by our case manager a couple of days ago, and it was surprise because we were ready for the hearing. We submitted our presentation document. We did all the homework on our end, but it happens, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to request some clarification on this one because if the sign wasn't posted, then is it even possible to make a ruling because the procedures haven't been followed?
It's my suggestion that you defer this to allow for proper notice.
Okay, yeah, I would have to. Thank you for that.
Yeah, the non-posting of the correct information, as I understand it, they had posted the previous sign, which had the old hearing date on it.
Right.
Which causes an issue.
Okay.
But regardless, proper notice was not given.
Okay. Oh, I understand the frustration, given that this is the second time now that we're here deferring. So I would, but we also have to make sure that we're following, policies and procedures here. That said, is anybody want to put forth a motion for deferral at this time?
Mr. Chair, I'll move a motion for deferral. Given that the notice wasn't appropriately given, the Planning Act strictly legislates that. So I don't think it's appropriate if proper notice wasn't given. So I think a deferral is recommended and a good idea to do.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second that.
Okay. All in favor? And the motion passes.
Thank you.
We'll just have Mr. Ross come back in. There is a second deferral.
So I take it the deferral was granted then? Okay. Otherwise, we'd be hearing it, right? Mr. Schwartz is joining us now. Okay, so we have full quorum. So the second deferral is what?
Mr. Chair, the second deferral request we have is number 32 at 6150 Yonge Street.
And was there a recusal on that?
Mr. Chair, you might want to turn off your, somebody's got their laptop audio on, I believe. Thank you. You think we're good now?
It's the 6150 Yonge Street, item 32. The applicant here.
I'm the agent. My name is Mona Al-Sharari. I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, we need your address as well.
We're located at 3 Church Street, Suite 200 in the city of Toronto, and I'm from Bayview Incorporated.
Okay. And you're requesting a deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we're requesting a deferral of this item to address transportation's comments and their request for a deferral as well. They just required us to update our transportation study in support of the application.
Okay, is there anyone here who wants to speak to the request for deferral? Not the merits of the application, but strictly the request for deferral. I don't see anybody. Is there anybody on WebEx?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is nobody on WebEx to speak to this item.
So, panel, do you want to understand why they're requesting deferral or their explanation as to why it's satisfactory?
Mr. Chair, can you please speak into your microphone so we can pick this up on audio?
Okay, that's better now. Yeah, the little filter came off. It's back on, so that should be all right now. Okay. So they've stated their reason for wanting the deferral. There's nobody in objection. So I think we can look at a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I will motion to defer this application for the reasons stated by the applicant.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? I do, and all those in favor? Okay. Now, I understand, so the motion passes unanimously. I understand you had asked to rejig the schedule as well for one of your other, because someone wouldn't be able to stay?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that was the applicant for the previous item, item 31.
Oh,
Item 31?
dealt with 22 Yorkview.
22 Yorkview we've done, or you did.
Yep.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant for item 27 and 31 are the same. They were requesting that item 27 be heard after deferral request for item 31.
So we've dealt with the current deferral. Now, which one are you looking at changing?
Item 27.
But you're not asking for a deferral for that?
No, the applicant has scheduling conflicts and they requested to go first or after their previous deferral request.
Okay, which was 32, right?
Which was item 31.
31, rather. Okay. So, panel, do you have an objection to moving that one up, given that they're...
I have no objection, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? If not, we will hear it then, now.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for accepting my request and hearing my case sooner. I have to leave before 5 to pick up my kids. Okay, my name is Nushin Mozaffari from Hyphen Studio. I'm representing my client, owner of 27 Latimer.
Okay,
Before, do you need a presentation? Because this is a very straightforward case, but
I think a brief presentation might be in order.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, a presentation should always happen if there are speakers.
okay. Before explaining the requested variances, I should mention that some improvements we've made on the case. Variance number 2 is removed. Variance number 4 is removed. And variance number 6 is improved to 40%. If I want to give you a brief presentation, this is an additional renovation case. We are adding a portion to the rear of the building and also adding a second floor plus the garage in the basement. So as a result, the wall height on the north side is a variance, and the reason is that we don't have any distance from the existing house to the property line to have the roof overhang. So consequently, we should have a wall to cover the side of the roof, and that's why we have this variance only on the north side. On the south, the proposed wall height, since we have the roof overhang, is even less than allowed. Number 3 is encroachment of the rear deck, and it's encroaching into the rear setback more than allowed. But I should mention that this is basically more like a patio on the ground, only 3 steps higher than the ground, and it's not a high deck and doesn't cause any overlooking or privacy issue. For variance number 5, the front setback is basically the existing. We are keeping, the new walls are aligned with the existing walls, but since they are new, they should comply with the required setback as if it was a brand new case. But anyway, the difference between the existing and the required is only 10 inches, so I don't think it's a big issue. Variance number 6, which is improved to 40%, is regarding the soft landscaping. We have reduced the size of the driveway to the minimum that we can, and we don't have anything fancy in the front yard, but since the ground has a steep slope, we require so many steps to reach the first floor, and that's why the landscaping is a variance. And in back and forth with the planning, we agreed to have permeable pavers for the driveway, and we are okay to have that condition. Variance number 7 is the FSI, which is basically in keeping with the other approved cases in the neighborhood, and the proposed length is not a variance, and we are basically keeping the side setbacks. So the building envelope is not massive at all. And variance number 8 and 9 is for the side setback on the north side, both for the building and for the porch. And if you go to the next page of this presentation material, the last page, this setback is only for those red portions. The whole main floor and the portion of the second floor that is on top of the existing main floor is not a variance, and the side setback item only applies for the rear portion of the second floor. Rear and front portion of the second floor that is not exactly on top of the main floor, if that's that makes sense. Anyway, that's it. I think this is a very modest application considering the existing situation of the house, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions from the panel members after that brief presentation? You've seen the staff report?
Yes, I have, and we did a back and forth with the planner, and that's why we have improved the landscaping, and we have reduced the width of the driveway, and consequently removed the variance number 2 and 4.
So the changes that you brought to the floor, are those a mirror image of the staff request?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, any questions? Now it shows I've got a couple of speakers registered to speak. One from 29 Latimer and one from 25. Which would be the neighbors on each side. Apparently one of them is in person and one is video, so. Noel Chase and Linda Hillpold?
Yeah, present.
Okay. I hope I pronounced those correctly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we do have some serious issues with this design. First of all, there is...
you have to formally identify yourself. And,
yes, okay, I apologize.
And the address.
Okay, so my name is Noel Chase, and
I figured you weren't Linda.
Yeah, 25 Latimer Avenue.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have some serious concerns with this, with the design as it is. The first major one is there's a major encroachment that's shown in the design, which is an encroachment on the mutual drive, the right-of-way mutual drive. It's this south side bay window that extends into the mutual drive. There are two significant issues that are at stake with that encroachment. First of all, that the runoff from that design will run right into the mutual drive, and effectively it's bad enough as it is from ice. The design that's shown will absolutely not allow, even though they've got landscaping there, which can't happen, that the water will run down the mutual drive and be icy. We know that. We've been there for 29 years. So we know that this encroachment, this major encroachment, which is into the mutual drive, has to be rejected. It has not been shown as a variance, and it must be rejected. Secondly, the dimensions of it are now, the roof overhang right now is 11 inches on the existing roof. This will extend to 30 inches, this encroachment, which will put it 13 inches away from the property line. There is no possibility of actually adding eavesdropping on that because of the way the construction is in this design, that effectively it actually, and we know this from looking at the way this layout is created, that there is this section of the overhang here that can't possibly have eaves troughs. That won't end up going straight into the mutual drive. And that mutual drive is extremely steep at the front. We absolutely cannot have water running down it. So we are asking the Committee of Variance to outright reject this. There is no precedent in the neighborhood for that box bay window on any houses in the mutual drive. I toured the neighborhood. I didn't see one. So I'm asking that we also are concerned from a fire standpoint that we're questioning whether it actually meets the Ontario Building Code, because essentially if the fire catches in that, it will leap onto our house. Normally, I think that's required is that there would be a metal shutter to block that window, but effectively, we think it should be outright rejected. So we're asking that be done. So I'm showing in my presentation there that I'm showing the mutual drive as it is. And the issue of the soft landscaping, that essentially the water again is going to drain from this roof right down into the mutual drive. Whether they've increased it to 40%, we still think that's not adequate, because right now what they're doing is draining into the backyard off the house into the ground. Currently what's shown in the deck and all the structure in the back will not allow that. So effectively there's no possibility of having the runoff go anywhere except down the mutual drive. So therefore, we're asking essentially so if I move on here, they're talking about landscaping in the mutual drive. There can't be any changes in the mutual drive. It's an asphalt pavement drive. We need full access to it. We can drive back there. We need to get full access. It's a right of way. It's deeded in the survey. So we're asking that it basically that there can be no landscaping as mentioned in there. It's mentioned in the mutual drive. There cannot possibly be any landscaping. It needs to be a paved surface because we need access back to the back. All right. Absolutely. So also on the front of the front there on the survey that exists, there's that's showing essentially that the driveway that's required because of the steepness of the slope, in order for us to open our doors, in order for us to get our bins down, we must have the width of the full width of the existing driveway at the front, which is 125 inches. That's over 3 meters. It's in excess of what the right-of-way shows. It's needed because we actually need to have, in order to get our cars down, in order to get the bins down, we have to have that. And what they're showing is essentially that they will encroach, they will block that off, even though they've reduced their width in deleting variance number 2 to 9.6 feet. We still need the width. We absolutely have to have that width in order to get our car doors open.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Absolutely,
You're starting to
absolutely.
repeat yourself.
Yeah. And so this retaining wall that's shown in the site plan right next to the mutual, right next to the mutual drive has to be moved at least 12 inches north onto their property. So it absolutely has to be adjacent to the 9.6 foot wide driveway that they now have. It has to be there. It cannot be sitting right on the property as it's shown, because we need to be able to open our doors. We need to be able to get our bins by. So therefore, that retaining wall that's shown in the site plan for the driveway must be moved north. It cannot be where it's shown. It must be moved north. We need that in order to actually be able to use this property.
That point. Well,
Okay.
the applicant.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead, Linda. Yep. Okay.
Okay, now, are you speaking as well? No, I'm not. Okay, because I was going to say I made an error with two people in the same place. 5 minutes applies total to both.
Understood.
So you saved me, thank you. Okay. Do we have any other speakers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one more speaker online.
Okay, that's Mr. Quee.
Hello, I'm Henry Key, and on behalf of my father, Naiguan Key, he cannot join the call. So can I speak on behalf of him?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And but
So
you need to state your address as well.
Okay, so this is Henry Key and the son of the Naiguan Key, the residents of 29 Latimer Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, 29.
So, yeah, 29. So the main concern is external wall height, right? That is over 1.3 meters higher than the zoning maximum permitted. So for us, that's very high building will disrupt the overall view of the neighborhood. And also the tall structure will encroach on the privacy and the access to the natural light of the adjacent properties, including my own. And that could significantly affect the quality of life of surrounding neighbors. That's for the first item. And the second item, and also the one I'm going to talk about, is the porch, right? The porch, that is item 8. So the north side of the porch is just 0.3 meters from the board. So that's very close to my bay window. So we can see that the porch and my bay window is less than probably 1 meter. That would be a privacy concern for me. So that would compromise my father's family's privacy and sense of security. So that's my 2 main concerns.
Okay, do we have any questions from the panel? Okay, then if not, we'll let the agent rebut the 2 speakers.
Hi, first of all, thank you for our neighbors to sharing their concerns. For the concerns of 25 on the south side, the bay window is encroaching on the right of way, but it's located on the 2nd floor and it doesn't block the right of way anyhow, and it has more than clear height for any kind of vehicle that can pass through that narrow right of way. And still it's not a variance, it's as of right. And at the end, when submitting for the permit application, my client, the city will ask my client to probably get the written consent of the neighbor for this encroachment. And it's a civil matter that usually the client deals with at the end of the building process, building permit process. But the bay window itself is not a variance. It's a bit of encroachment just to make a little bit of a space for the 4th bedroom in this narrow house. And the roof overhang has enough setback from the property line. That's why it's not a variance there. It should be 0.3 meter away from the side lot line, and it has more setback there. And for the permits, we should comply with the building code and satisfy all the concerns of the fire rating for the wall and everything. Regardless of that, we are keeping the right of way as it is, and nothing else is changed on that side. For the other side, as I mentioned, we have tried to have the shallowest possible roof, and since we can have the overhang for the roof on the south side, the wall height is even lower than allowed. But on the north side, since the existing house is only a foot away from the side lot line, we cannot have any overhang for the roof, and that's the reason for the wall height variance. And for the porch, it is aligned with the building. I should mention that the existing building has the same setback there, and there is even a bay window, like a chamfered bay window at that side, which is visible on the main floor plan with dashed line that has even more view and overlooking for the existing situation. We are putting the porch on that side because the driveway and existing right-of-way are on the south side, but we are okay to propose a 6-foot height privacy screen to satisfy privacy concerns of the north neighbor. I would be happy to answer any questions. And I have nothing else to add at this.
I may have missed something, but what is the resolution of the issue of the encroachment on the mutual drive?
If you look at the side elevation on the south side, there is a bay window on the second floor. Yes, that one. As you see, it's very high, and the clear height is more than any vehicle that can pass through this narrow right-of-way, and it's not a variance. But anyway, as I mentioned, probably city asked my client to provide a written consent from the neighbor, and if eventually they don't agree on this, we have to eliminate that. But it doesn't change anything in regards to the variances because it's not a variance in nature.
Do we have any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I understand, like, you are reducing the setback in the front? Is that right?
No. The whole portion that we are adding at the rear or front or second floor is aligned with the existing wall of existing side walls on both sides. But the issue is that the bylaw says an addition to the rear can have the same setback as existing, and addition to the top above the existing house can have the same setback. But those red portions that I have shown on my supporting material, those are not on top or at rear. They are top and rear, so, or top and front. So those are the only portions that the side setback variance is applied to that portion. The rest is basically in compliance.
So I thought the, maybe I missed this, but okay, I may come back with a supplemental, but let me just take a look at my notes here.
I have a question, if I may.
Yeah, please do.
On the site plan, you've marked that area, which I believe is now a hardscaped right-of-way, as landscaping. It just seems inconsistent with, the existing seems inconsistent with the proposed. And I'm just hoping to get some clarification from the applicant what they intend to do with that right-of-way, given that the site plan is noted as landscaping, and it appears, if I understand this correctly, it appears the intent here is to eliminate at least that portion of the what is now a mutual driveway, create a separate driveway on the lot, but and then return the existing driveway or the portion of it on the lot to landscaping? Is that, or is that an error on the site plan?
On the site plan, that where we have that takes of landscaping, that's a mistake. We are not changing the right of way. It's a mutual right of way, and we are keeping exactly the same size of that. And the driveway is right after that, and that portion is not landscaping. It should be like an asphalt pad, like the existing situation.
So what is left then? Are we taking the existing driveway and just widening it to provide an additional space? Because it seems as if if you widen that driveway as you have on the site plan and you maintain the existing, what I believe is a kind of a shared drive, we see this a lot in the city, whereby there's a right of way, perhaps a parking spot. Sometimes it's, sometimes the right of way is maintained by both neighbors so that they can access the rear with their vehicles. But in some cases, you'll have one neighbor say, I'll park here 6 months of the year, you park here 6 months of the year. It's shared essentially. Just to clarify, my understanding is we're going to take the existing drive and we're going to extend that. So is it fair to assume that now there's
a new driveway? We are proposing a new driveway for the integral garage. We have to keep the right of way as is. So we have that portion, but we basically won't need that because we have the proposed driveway leading straight to the proposed integral garage. And if you look at the front elevation, there is a steep slope at the front of all of these properties. So basically we have a retaining wall on the side of the right of way, just aligned with the building, which is shown on the elevation, that separates the right of way from the rest of the front yard. So after that retaining wall, we have a bit of landscaping, soft landscaping just beside the retaining wall to our the proposed driveway, and then 9.5 feet new driveway is located that leads to the integral garage. So basically the level of these two driveways are not even the same.
So that portion of soft landscaping that you talk about, do you know what the dimensions or what the width of that portion is? I'm assuming you're referring to the piece that will fall between the existing driveway and the proposed driveway.
Yes, exactly. the width of the right of way on our property is 1.09 meter, which is the same as the existing side setback. And then there is that retaining wall, and then the proposed driveway is on the and then there is a let me tell you how much is the width of that landscaping portion. There is like a 40 centimeter landscaping beside the retaining wall on the north side, and then the new driveway after that. So that word landscaping on the side yard, as I mentioned, that's a mistake. It's not landscaping, it's existing to remain right of way.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Just checking comments from planning. And I noticed that, we do have an amendment here to one of the variances where we're increasing the soft yard landscaping in the front yard, if I'm not mistaken, to 40%.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that it's taking into consideration, right? Yeah.
That extra landscaping is not in the mutual right of way. It's on the north side of that retaining wall, just between the retaining wall and the new driveway. There is a narrow portion that is soft landscaping, and that's how we made the proposed driveway narrower and provided more landscaping area in the front yard, not the portion of the mutual right of way.
I'll be honest, I'm looking at the site plan, I'm struggling to see where the 40% is. There seems like, given the right of, we're going from the right of way directly to the driveway.
If I can show my presentation material, the second page, I believe we have shown the landscaping and everything clearly there. Yes, yes.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay.
You see that blue portion is landscaping, soft landscaping. The driveway is clear, the gray portion, and the red one is basically a stairs and porch, and on the south side, that's a little narrow red portion is that retaining wall, which is aligned with the building, and after that, it's just the mutual right of way, which is basically which is not calculated as part of landscaping. And that blue portion is 40% of the open landscaping of the front yard.
Okay, thank you.
The applicant just
Okay, so I've just got another question, or maybe a couple of questions. I just want to understand really the nature of what's going on here. I can see the drawings. I've got an understanding of the driveway. The mutual drive between the two houses, that's going to stay as it is. There's an additional driveway now proposed to be added in front of the house, and a second story added to the house. Who is the owner planning to use that mutual driveway for parking as well as existing? So there's going to be a driveway, a garage, and then a mutual drive where I suppose the owner could park on that mutual drive too, and maybe get 3 parking spots. What's the intention there? What's the plan?
No, no, my client is not going to use the mutual driveway anymore. The mutual driveway, the intention of that existing mutual driveway is to have access to the rear yard and existing detached garage at the rear yard, which my client is not going to use anymore and will be removed. So he basically will use his integral garage, and if he wants to park on the driveway, he has his own driveway, but since it's a mutual right of way, we should keep that existing one and until the neighbor decides to do a new build or additional renovation or whatever, and doesn't need the mutual right of way anymore. That's where he can basically use the mutual right of way for his own until then.
Okay, so that's what I thought. And basically what you're proposing to do is not through conveyance, but through practicality, unless you're driving 3 cars, you're going to be giving the neighbor access to the driveway that the neighbor does not have now.
You cannot park on the mutual right of way, because if the neighbor wants to pass through that right of way and have access to the rear, then you should move your car. So basically, whoever has a mutual right of way, they're not supposed to park their car there. It's just for access to the rear.
Yeah, you can't.
Okay, but that may be the case, but aren't people parking there on that driveway now, like in the front? Like no.
Maybe the neighbor on the south side can park there now, since my client is not using that right of way to have access to the detached garage or parking pad at the rear. But my client won't need to use that mutual right of way anymore.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking this is I took a look at this on Google Maps to see what's going on, and I see 2 cars parked on that driveway in tandem. So that's why I'm asking, are you effectively giving your neighbor exclusive access, although not in deed or title, but effectively giving the neighbor something that they otherwise wouldn't have by this proposal?
Legally, no one can park on the right of way. It's just for having access. But it depends on all the arrangements that 2 neighbors can have between themselves. For now, I'm not sure what's the arrangement, if they are okay to have their cars parked in front of each other. But in future, once my client has his own integral garage and his own driveway, he won't need that one. And even access to that portion is not that easy, because it goes higher in the level. So it's not easily accessible from the new proposed driveway. So again, legally, no one can park there. But it depends on the arrangements between them. And transportation has reviewed the application and has no objection to this proposed configuration.
one more question, if I may. But just refer over to the staff report from community planning. They're requesting that if a variance is granted in order to permit this application, that permeable pavers be used on site for the new driveway. Would yourself or the applicant be amenable to that, to the inclusion of that condition if the committee were to approve the variances?
Yes, I'm okay with that, and that's what I discussed with the planner, and that's a solution that we usually have for such cases that have limited area for the front yard and driveway and neutral right-of-way and everything. So the possible proposal for the soft landscaping is very limited, but we are okay to have permeable pavers there, and we will show all the details and requirements on the permit drawings.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any questions from this side? Okay. Did you have a further question, or? So are we then ready for a motion on this?
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to bring forward a motion. I did hear the concerns, regarding, things like drainage and, ability for, proper water, but, these are not zoning related matters. These are matters that are often addressed at the building stage, or when you go for permit. There's the building code, right, provides a remedy to ensure that each landowner is controlling water on their site. And just looking at this section of the street, I think what the applicant is proposing is not unusual. I think there's a lot of homes on the street that are similar in terms of scale and proportion, and I certainly think the condition of you can see where there was a condition of a right-of-way between two homes and where one property owner has gone and added a driveway to the side, so you have actually a right-of-way abutting a driveway, and I find that it is pretty common in this part of the city, and for that reason, I'm satisfied with the presentation from the applicant. So I'm going to move forward to approve, or move forward to put a motion to approve the application, subject to amend on the public notice to strike variance number 2, strike variance number 4, and amend variance number 6 concerning front yard soft landscaping to ensure that there is at least 40%, as well as to include the terms and conditions noted in the staff report from community planning. They provided a set of recommendations in that report, which includes the use of permeable pavers on the new driveway, which we discussed.
I'm willing to second it, but I just wanted to understand, did you make any changes to did you add any provisions on top of what the staff report said, or are you basically repeating them in your motion?
They're repeated. The changes come. There were two variances were struck. One of them was reduced, and there's 5 comments noted from planning that I'd like to include. One of them being the use of a permeable pavers. I do recognize that that the soft yard landscaping, especially on this section of the street, is very limited, and I think we need to just be mindful of hardscaping over the entire city right away, especially where driveways are being permitted on what is, relatively, they're relatively, narrower lots, and, they don't, they're not afforded the same level of, soft landscaping that we may see in other neighborhoods. So I think that's important to note.
We have a second here, unless you'd like to second.
Yes, I seconded.
Okay. Did you second there? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so then, all those in favor? No one opposed, so it is passed unanimously. Okay, so that, we can now go back to the regular order. Which will start with the first one, which is item number 16, which is 33 Whitecliff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members, and committee staff. My name is Hamid Behesht from Homeland, the co-designer of the house from 49 Whitecliff Crescent. With a special welcome back to Mr. Ross to North York after so many years. I'm happy to be personally and physically here again in this council chamber. I'm ready for any presentation you might ask.
Okay, so are you going to make the presentation?
Sure.
Presentation? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it will be brief because it's the second time that we come to the Committee of Adjustment. If I may ask for slide number 7 to be shown, please. It is the second time that we come to the Committee of Adjustment for the same design, unchanged, untouched. The first time we came and got the approval for the house you're looking at, when we wanted to apply for the building permit, we received surprisingly, another notice mentioning that this house is a 3-story house. And as you know, in the past few months this year, there has been some changes in the zoning bylaw of the City of Toronto, including the change of the definition of the basement and first floor. As a result, now the same house, which was, as you can see at the left side of this drawing, had a basement and a first floor and second floor with no change. Now it is considered with the notes at the right side. The basement is now a first floor, and then first floor is second floor, and then it's third floor. Unfortunately, the zoning examiner had forgotten to write down this variance. So here we are for the second time back in the Committee of Adjustment to discuss the new variances. If kindly you show slide number 8, please. In slide number 8, at the top half, you see the second floor plan in which there is no second floor balcony. We have not proposed any balcony at the second floor. But now that the second floor is considered to be third floor, now kindly show the bottom half of the drawing. Now the highlighted area in yellow, which is simply the wooden deck of the house with access from the kitchen, is considered to be the second floor balcony. So basically, there is no second floor balcony in this house. And kindly show slide number 9, please. We, for the second time, discussed the misunderstanding with all the neighbors again for the second time, and we got the approval of the houses in blue that you will see. I think 12 written supporting letters that you have seen in the file, and a couple of verbal support as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can you please speak into your microphone?
So I will move to approve the application.
I'll second it.
All those in favor? Okay, so it is unanimously approved.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, committee members and committee staff.
Okay, so we now then move to item 17, which is 168 Ridley. And this is one I know where Sarah changed their position later. So 168 Ridley. And we have, looks like two speakers. We'll start with Peter Giordano. Is he here or on?
Hello, can you hear me?
You try that again?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think so.
Peter Giordano, David Small Designs, 1405 Cornwall Road, in Oakville. We're the authorized agents and the designers of the project.
Okay, so you want to tell us what you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're here today requesting your consideration on 5 variance items. Can I ask the moderator to display my slides, please, and advance to slide number 3? We're here today requesting your consideration on 5 variance items related to side yard setback, building length, and depth for the subject lot, which is a long, narrow property. Slide number 3, please, right in the middle there. Thank you. We've had the opportunity to review and discuss our proposal with the planner assigned to our application. In staff comments, you'll see that they express no concerns, find our items to be appropriate development. A minor revision to item number 5 was made in conjunction with the planner. This involved shifting the exterior wall of the den left by 12 inches, creating a flush condition, reducing the FSI, slightly modifying the front pier projection from 0.91 to 0.92, as noted in the staff report. Our clients, the Richardsons, were happy to meet with many of their neighbors. On file, you'll see 2 letters of support from immediate neighbors at 160 and 162 Ridley. This past weekend, we received a letter of support from the adjacent neighbor at number 170 Ridley, the neighbor to the west. It can be found on the AI website, but arrived too late to be included as part of your package. The moderator could likely display this letter at your discretion. The neighbor to the immediate right or east at 166, Mr. Bill Dolan, had provided positive feedback. Several conversations had occurred between Bill and our clients. We shifted the location of the AC condenser at the request of Mr. Dolan, and he expressed no concerns. You'll also find a letter of opposition from the South Armour Heights Residents Association, but as of yesterday, this letter of opposition has been formally withdrawn. A copy of this letter via email was sent to the Committee of Adjustments just yesterday. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
Slide number 4 itemizes and explains the items that I believe can be described better in the next group of slides. So I'll ask to advance straight to slide number 5, please. So here we have the proposed front elevation, and on the far right corner, you'll notice a 1-story stone pier, or what we call an architectural element. The projection of this pier creates an east side variance, which is listed in item number 5. It's meant to match the stone pier on the left side of the garage shown on this elevation. Next slide, please. Slide number 6 better explains the east side yard setback. 9/10 of this elevation has been set back to 1.33 meters. A 1-story stone projection on the rear of the house and a stone base plinth on the front projects an additional 4 inches, making the majority of that side yard setback, or a part of that wide side yard setback, 1.22 meters. And only the 16-inch front projection resides at 0.92. Slide 6, please. The large glass sliding door that you see on the rear elevation here shows the extent of the ground floor massing. Measuring the building length and depth to this rear wall results in a building length of only 18.79 meters. The rear one-story covered porch you see illustrated here has habitable space below the concrete slab, and as such, variance items 2 and 3 are required. If this valuable space, basement space below the porch would be remain as unexcavated, the porch would not be considered as part of the building depth, reducing the variance to conform in building depth and quite a bit smaller in building length. We find the space of the porch has little to no impact on surrounding properties. Slide number 8 fundamentally explains the same condition as the slide we just saw. Last but not least, slide number 9 shows the variance items explained in plan. And I would point out that the heavy red dashed line identifies the current footprint of the existing house and the additional side yard space. We're adding additional side yard space to our proposed footprint. One more slide, slide number 10, is the as of right diagram. And once again, you'll see the existing home versus the proposed dwelling. In conclusion, we strongly believe our variance items to be minor in nature, yet technical in nature and appropriate for this development of this neighborhood, passing the 4 tests of Section 45 of the Planning Act. We accept the conditions of approval recommended by Forestry. My presentation is complete. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them for you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? Can I clarify if the applicant modified variance 5?
Yes, that's correct. It was modified and sent to the planner, but it's just a slight modification. It just modifies that side yard setback from 0.91 to 0.92.
So our process and protocol should be that the applicant verbalizes the change for the record?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so item number 5, the required minimum side yard setback is 1.8 meters, where the required lot frontage of 18 meters requires to be less than 24 meters. The proposed east side yard setback is 0.91. We're changing that to 0.92.
Great, thank you very much.
I will point out there was a site plan and right side elevation that was submitted to the planner. It was also submitted to zoning, and there was an updated zoning notice that complies with that change. You'll note that the planner and his staff comments make note of that.
Just a question of the applicant. So I know you, just maybe if you could help me out with what you just said. Are you saying that you have some further modification beyond what's in the planning staff report? Was there something else that you are doing to change to satisfy the neighbors? I just want to be clear on that.
No, we changed the air conditioning location from the right side to the left side to satisfy the neighbor on the right of us. But that was part of the original submission. That's part of the current package that you have in front of you. What we did do in conversation with the planning department was we took the right side of the house where the study 12-inch study projection was shown originally on the drawings that we submitted. We pushed that wall back flush, so the entire right side of the side yard setback is flush from the back to the front. It was pushed in flush, but there's still a pier projection at the front. That pier projection is only 16 inches wide facing the side yard, but that we consider that, and you'll see that the planner makes reference to that as an architectural element. The zoner is considering that the side yard setback. So he's taking the required setback of 0.91, which we revised to 0.92. He's taking that to the additional projection of the pier.
All right, so I'm just, the reason I'm asking this is just so that if there is a motion, if the committee votes to approve, I want it to be clear, and maybe this is for our staff to tell us, is there something else that we need to reference besides the staff report?
First off, Member Schwartz, can you please speak into your microphone? I've had some indication that it's very difficult to hear you when you speak, so thank you.
Okay, so
It is whatever condition you apply is totally up to committee. Some of that information is provided through staff reports. Some of it may be your own.
right, but so the reason I was just trying to clarify, because the applicant mentioned some changes, and I thought that those were the changes in the staff report. But was there anything else that the committee needs to take note of that the applicant has modified besides those things in the staff report? And a few of the things that they've mentioned that were already in the application that were submitted to staff. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, is there anything, like there's no side letter or anything in this application, as far as I can see. But am I missing something? That's all.
Sorry, can I clarify what you mean by signed letter?
Well, let's just move on. I'm going to take it that the answer is that the answer is no.
Can I ask for clarification again, what you mean by signed letter?
The applicant had mentioned that there was some objection by neighbors that is now withdrawn. The reason I'm asking a question is because I wanted to know if the applicant has, since the time of the application, made any modifications that the committee has to pay particular attention to in potentially a motion for approval. That's what I'm looking for. But I think maybe I'm just not seeing any.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I answer that?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, so they just put it up on the screen. So it was the South Armour Heights Residential Association. They had previously submitted a letter of objection, but you'll see in the wording here that once they actually saw my supporting material and they were able to understand the intent more, they withdrew that letter. That's on file, but it was sent in late. It was sent in by SAHRA yesterday and received by the committee yesterday. So it's just a withdrawal of their letter of objection.
Okay, so this was
yes,
this was what I was looking for, but I was also, in addition to this, I was wondering why they had withdrawn, and what you're saying is it's just because they had a better understanding and that led them to withdraw. It wasn't that you did additional modifications that weren't part of the original application. Is that correct?
That's correct. The only modification we made was that front pier. Yeah, the rest is the rear porch being part of the projection, and that was now acknowledged by the Residential Association.
And the front part that you're talking about, what was that was already part of your application, or was that a modification that we need to pay additional attention to?
That was a modification that was submitted to planning and accepted by planning prior to them preparing their staff report.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
My slide number 6 shows it if you wanted to refer back to that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they are not currently present in the WebEx webinar. It appears not.
Mr. Chair, your mic, I believe, is not on. Is your mic on?
Yeah, I've heard they're not in the room and they're not on WebEx. So we can't hear from them, obviously. They're not here. So do we have any other questions, or we're ready for a motion? Ready for a motion? Okay. Let's have one.
Oh, I can move it if you want.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll move to accept the application.
Can I just add something? We have an amended, just to note, variance number 5 is amended to 0.92 meters. And also, if whether or not you want to include the conditions from forestry.
Including the conditions from forestry and conditions from planning staff.
Planning staff, okay.
Are there any other conditions?
No, I just wanted to point out the one variance that was amended there. It's slight, but you know, we should just be mindful of that.
One variance, is that in the?
Number 5. It's noted in the staff report, but I think just specifically because it is a change.
Let me just. Okay, where is that?
Concerning the side yard setback. Is changed to 0.92 meters.
Right, okay, so let me just be clear. My motion is to accept the application subject to the recommendations and conditions of planning staff, forestry staff, and any other staff reports applicable to this application, including modified variance number 5.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor, already seconded? Okay. So that should, should complete item 17. We could probably do that. Good idea. 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Yeah, I don't want the mouse going across the other side.
This mouse, now it's as if you've got one big screen now. It continues. Watch the mouse. You see where it is?
Yeah, I see that. I know. I just want to keep it on here now.
Watch where it is now. See? It's over here. If you want it over here, you just keep it over here. If you want it over there, you move it over there.
Okay, so I can't stop it.
You can stop. You can move it over here and click. You want to move it over here. It's now as if it's the two monitors.
No, I understand what's happening, but I find it hard to see.
Yes. That's right.
Past the, when I leave it on, people complain there's too much background noise. When I turn it off, I forget to turn it back on. Okay, so we're at item 18, 1250 Bayview, which is the Mount Pleasant Cemetery. There's one variance on it. Shannon Seguin here, or is that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the speaker is actually, I believe, Sean McGaffey.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'll just briefly touch on this application. This application is for a private mausoleum building in the Mount Pleasant Cemetery, fronting Yonge Street. There's one variance required to recognize the new setback requirement under bylaw 569/2013, which is 7.5 meters versus the enforced bylaw 438/86 on the subject site that requires a setback equal to the height of the building, which this proposal complies with. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the proposal and speak to those.
You're the applicant agent, I assume?
That's correct. I'm just covering for Mr. Dragicevic, who wasn't able to make it this afternoon.
Okay, we didn't think that the actual owner would have an objection. Okay. All right. So it's just the one variance? I think you stated
that's correct, sir.
I think you stated it clearly. I think we're probably ready for a motion, or unless you have any questions.
I'm ready to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
To approve this application. I think that the proposed uses are consistent with the official plan and zoning bylaw for the property. And I believe that the design of the proposed mausoleum and columbaria are very respectful of other structures within the cemetery. So for those reasons, I'm willing to move the motion.
So do I have a seconder for that motion?
I second that.
Okay, so the motion is seconded, Mr. Faselli. All those in favor? Okay. So we then move on to number 19.
Thank you.
Which is 30 TOBRUK, and it's Kate Harrison. Is Kate Harrison here or on video? It says on video here, I think.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're currently unmuting Kate Harrison. Through you, Mr. Chair, Kate Harrison has been
a rear addition with a basement, side addition, stop and ground, and a new basement secondary suite.
Correct.
Okay. And we have 6 variances. Okay.
Correct.
So we'll get you to identify yourself with your address as well.
Yes, my name is Kate Harrison. I'm the agent and architect for 30 TOBRUK Crescent. My office is located at 78 DeForest Road in Toronto.
Okay.
We are looking for 6 variances for this application. And if I could please request the supporting material that was submitted to be put up, please. Thank you very much. There are 6 variances for this application. It is for a rear addition, so it takes an existing 3-bedroom home with a walkout to the back and converts it to a 4-bedroom home with a secondary suite to be added to the basement. The first item that we are looking for relates to the rear deck, and that is item number 1. We are requesting, if we go to page number 2, we are requesting instead of a 2.4 meter setback or 2.4 meter width of the rear deck, we are requesting just over 3 meters, and that would allow for a 10-foot deck off of the back of the house. We have submitted a note here that shows that the proposed deck will not be any further to the west than the existing rear wall of the house to the south. Our second variance is in regards to the deck as well. The deck setback is requested to be 1.8 meters, and we are asking for it to be 1.279, which is in line with the proposed rear addition sidewall and rear setback, which aligns with the existing setback of the existing house. And that would be on page 4, please. Thank you very much. So this is the condition that we are requesting. For the third item, which is the side yard setback on the north side. If we keep looking at this existing plan, what we see is that the addition is over an existing garage. And this was one of the items that was brought up by the councillor as being objectionable. However, after I spoke with their office, they indicated that because it was an existing condition, that they no longer had an objection to it. And if we go to page 5, please. What this shows here in our drawing is that this is the existing elevation, front elevation of the home. And there's an existing walkout deck there. And the side yard setback, or sorry, the roof projection that is shown there, which is item number 5, I'm kind of jumping ahead. We are taking that small roof off. And what we will be doing is actually improving the condition, because right now even the soffit are almost directly on the property line. And we will be improving that condition to be, if we go to the next page, please, page 6, we'll see that we're going to be a little bit more away from the property line. So the soffit itself will be approximately 9 inches away from the property line, and the eave will be 4 inches away from the property line, as opposed to only 1 inch away from the property line. And this allows us to blend the roof in and use the same overhang that exists and to blend in with the existing house and be more sensitive to it. If we reduce the size of the soffit and overhang, we get weird roof geometries and sidewall conditions, and we were trying to be respectful of the existing house. The side yard setback to the south, which is item number 4 that we are requesting, is again an existing condition.
Seems to be getting some feedback from somewhere.
Is this better now?
Yeah, I think so.
The side yard setback to the south, which is item number 4, again is an existing condition. We are aligning the proposed rear addition with the existing south wall. And it is ever so slightly more reduced than the existing because we are proposing putting overcladding on it. Overcladding is a process where we add a little bit of strapping and then siding on top of that to allow us to have a continuous finish from one floor to the next. It adds about approximately 1.5 or 1.25 inches onto the house. So it's not a significant encroachment past the existing condition. It just allows us to have a more cohesive siding everywhere throughout the entire house. The last item that we have and we're looking at is the proposed lot coverage. And this was a really interesting one. And I know I had a lot of conversations with the zoning reviewer about it. So the allowable is 30%, and what we are requesting is 33.99%.
So I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes, the existing, so the house itself is only 26.9% of that coverage. The rest of the coverage, it has to do with the rear deck and the existing front porch. So the way the zoning reviewer explained it to me was that because the deck plus the existing front porch are over 5% of the lot coverage area, then they both count against the coverage. But for example, if we had a tiny deck at the back, neither of them would count.
Zoning examiner decision here. Different zoning examiners will do it differently, but I think you've explained it, that it's not really as high as that.
Yeah, and so planning came back with a letter saying that they would support the application so long as there was a condition put on for the house being no more than 26.9% coverage, and we have no objection to that. That would be totally fine.
Yeah, and that's the way we usually do it, so that it can't get used as a precedent later on.
Of course.
Okay, do we have any questions? Any questions? Okay, there's no one else to speak to it, so then we're probably ready for a motion. That was well explained. So, who wants to move it?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to put forward a motion to approve the application. Just checking here, we have, just to ensure there's no conditions requested by Staff, I think we wanted to include that the proposal with respect to lot coverage of the main dwelling, that is limited to 26.9%.
Correct.
So that, if I'm not mistaken, that should be included as a separate condition.
That should definitely be included.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Otherwise, what'll happen is someone will come back and say, look what happened last week, I want the same thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so is there any forestry in this one?
I
don't think
I
so.
don't see anything from urban forestry, no. I just see the staff report from community planning.
Right, so we can tie it to the staff report and the 26.9% for the main building.
Very good, thank you. Yes.
So,
I will second that motion, Mr. Chair.
okay, all those in favor? Okay, so unanimously passed.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lamb, you had something you wanted to do now?
For the next item, just for the members' benefit, after the applicant presents, we have our community planning manager present who signed the staff report, who is happy to perhaps give a small briefing after the applicant and answer any questions with regard to the staff report and or conditions.
You're talking about staff reports in general?
No, Mr. Chair. Only for the staff report for the next item. The community planning staff report.
The Eglinton Avenue one?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions? No questions?
Mr. Chair, are we on item number 20 now?
Yes.
Why don't we go through our normal process of having the applicant present first?
Okay, the applicant going to present? Checking where we have the name.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've unmuted Christina Glass.
Okay. So go ahead, you want to give us a brief overview? Okay, so it's to remove some on-site office replacement, parking, loading requirements, and so on. Housekeeping, I guess.
And sorry about that. I was not unmuted. It's Christina Glass here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Great, thank you. I'm here on behalf of the owner and applicant for the site. You're correct. These are some technical variances that we're requesting due to a relocation of office replacement uses off-site to another property within the within the Eglinton office node at 90 to 110 Eglinton Avenue East, so just on the east side of Yonge. This will allow us to consolidate office uses on the 90 to 110 site and provide higher quality office space that meets the needs of modern office users. I would note that we have no objections from heritage, planning, and transportation staff. There are also a number of conditions, including conditions from urban forestry and planning, which we have reviewed and accepted. This is coming a bit late, but there are 5 conditions from transportation services, and we've had some discussions with transportation services on revised language. We have submitted that revised language to the Committee of Adjustment via email, and that revised language has been accepted by transportation services. So I just note that those 5 conditions should be revised accordingly. I do have on the call with me today Mike Drawer, our planner from Bousfields, who has a presentation available to run through as well, if requested.
Okay, you're still within your time limit. If there's anything that Mr. Drawer wants to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you, Christina. Mike Drawer, Bousfields, 3 Church Street, Suite 200 in Toronto. If you can pull up the presentation, I'll quickly run through it. the presentation package, sorry, should have been submitted, and I think it's down at the bottom, second item from the bottom on the left. Beginning of the word presentation. Second item for the bottom, please. Thank you very much. So on the screen here on page 1, it's just, if you go back one slide up, sorry, it's just the rendering of the approval from 2022. So you can see it's a 2-tower development, 3 to 4 story podium with the retention of a heritage building. The podium includes office and retail uses. If you go to the next slide, this is again, a 2022 approval, which had a requirement for office space to replace office space on site. As Christina mentioned, that office space is going to be relocated to an off-site location at 90-110 Eglinton Avenue East, which is another development application being reviewed and written up by community planning and owned by the same owner. Aside from the reduction of office on the site, we're also asking for the parking and loading to be revised in order to accommodate the reduction of office. If you go to the next slide. Variance number 1 is to reduce the office requirement from 3809 square meters to 0, but again, not taking this office space away from Midtown, but we're just relocating it off-site. The impact of that is that the 4-story podium is reduced to 2 stories in height with the reduction of the office space and a slight increase in the number of stories to the building, but no changes to the overall height of the building and no changes to the gross floor area. We're still within the zoning permissions. Next slide. In terms of parking, we are asking to reduce the parking requirements to implement the requirements of the new city code bylaw as amended by bylaw 89/2022, so 0 residential parking and 9 visitor parking spaces, as well as implementing maximum parking spaces in accordance with the new bylaw. Next slide. And finally, a technical variance because we are removing the office. Oh, sorry, I think we've changed the document, but I'll just explain in terms of the loading. We're asking to remove the type B space and consolidate it with the type G space because the dedicated type B loading space is a requirement for office uses specifically, and given the reduction of office on site, there's no longer a need for a dedicated type B. So a technical variance to consolidate the loading accordingly. With that, I would recommend to the committee that the application is approved, subject to the conditions from community planning and the conditions from urban forestry. And as Christina mentioned previously, subject to the revised conditions from transportation, which are found in the email from Christina last to the committee.
That was the email that we received yesterday afternoon?
It would have been an email received today, this afternoon, and then a response from, I think it was Gavin Mendez from Transportation Planning, I received at 5:30, so just 15 minutes ago.
Okay, do we have any questions? Either Mr. Drawer or Ms. Glass? No? Okay, there's no one else to speak to it. So if there aren't any questions, then we can have a motion.
No. I think we're waiting.
Mr. Chair? Hello. Can I ask staff put up the community planning staff report, please? With us today is the community planning manager, Shelley Cham, to my left, who will come up to the podium. She will go through the staff report. The reason why she's here is some of the conditions are maybe a little different than what you're used to, and Shelley can speak to those conditions as well as a little bit of connected background with some of the planning history. If that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, sorry, Simon talked to me about it before, so.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my name is Shelley Cham. I'm the community planning manager for this area. So by way of a background, 50 to 90 Eglinton West is subject to a site-specific zoning bylaw that put in a specific provision requiring a minimum amount of office space, being 3,809 square meters. That's to reflect the existing office space that was there, that's there presently. The Midtown secondary plan does allow for the transfer of the office space from one site to another site that's within the Midtown plan area. So in this case, the office space is being relocated to 90 to 110 Eglinton East, which is also in the Midtown area. As a result of that, staff is recommending approval subject to the conditions contained in the report, primarily being that we would want the variance to be subject to the conditions that the official plan amendment for 90 to 110 Eglinton East contain the relevant policy to secure for this minimum office gross floor area, as well as in the implementing zoning bylaw for 90 to 110 Eglinton East to similarly contain a development standard that also requires this minimum GFA to ensure that the recipient site appropriately recognizes this transfer. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? No? Okay. So that being the case, we can move to item 21, which is 97 Kingsdale. But I believe there was a request for a deferral that was pending. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes?
We have not concluded the last item.
Oh, okay.
So as background, we can put up the email that we just received for your information regarding transportation. If you will indulge us, we'll put it up on the screen for you.
Is that zoomable?
Mr. Chair, can I, through you, asking you a question? Is there transportation that we are looking at? I know that the staff...
Talking into your mic?
Yes, the staff sent something like a few days ago, and is it different than this email is different?
This email was literally just received at 5:31 today. That said, I wouldn't mind if the members took a little bit of time to look at it, and then that we bring the applicant back again to explain it.
So just to confirm, both city staff and the applicant they're working together. So neither party is surprised by any of this.
You would have to ask the applicant. I literally just got this email a couple of minutes ago.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I think I'm muted. I'm happy to answer the question. The answer is that yes, we are absolutely working with city staff on this. We've been we're going back and forth and transportation service team all day to confirm that we have the wording of the variances, of the conditions correctly. There's no questions about the variances whatsoever. It's simply a matter of getting the conditions right. We are fully in support of the condition from community planning and for urban forestry. The question is simply just, are we getting the transportation conditions correct? So if you look through this email, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, we have provided in the below in Christina's email some revised wording for variances 1, 2, 4, and 5. And we have recommended that condition number 3 be deleted. And transportation staff, as you can see in the email above, have confirmed that they are accepting of these revised conditions and the deletion of the 3rd condition. So what we would be asking you to do, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, is to apply conditions number 1, 2, 4, and 5 from this email from Christina. And you will see that transportation planning services are in support of that change. And I should note, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that they did previously accept changes to the variances 2, 4, and 5. So I keep saying variances, I apologize. These conditions 2, 4, and 5 are a little bit different from the conditions in the Transportation Services memo. And the reason for these changes, for background, is that we were trying to ensure that when we do get to the point of asking for or applying for building permit, that we're able to demonstrate compliance with these conditions and therefore demonstrate zoning compliance at that point. So the revisions have all been, it's not about the content necessarily, it's been about ensuring that they're worded in a way where we can clear them once the time has come to apply for permit.
Do we have any questions? That's being the case, are we ready for a motion then?
I have no questions at this time.
Okay, you do have questions, okay.
No questions.
I thought you said a couple of questions.
No, I said I have no questions. Just giving a verbal response.
Okay, so we're ready for a motion?
Just as a reminder, Mr. Chair, and to the panel members, there were a number of reports that were submitted, if you so please.
Just to confirm reports, we have reports from transportation, which has been revised, which we just looked at, community planning, as well as urban forestry. Would staff be able to advise if there are any other reports that I did not mention?
I don't see anything at this time.
Sorry?
I don't see anything else at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Other than engineering and construction, we pretty well covered everything.
Pretty much.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I believe, I'm not sure, could the staff check there's a forestry report as well, I guess? No? For what?
I noted urban forestry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Member Allison had mentioned it previously.
Okay. So are we ready to entertain a motion? Given we know there's urban forestry, transportation, staff report. Ms. Casson, you look like you're about to do a motion.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move a motion for approval of this application subject to the latest planning comments report. Sorry, I don't have the date in front of me, so I'm not sure of that. The transportation comments that were received a few minutes ago, so as of this date, and the forestry comments.
Right, I think that covers it all. Do I have that's your full motion?
Yes.
Okay. Seconder for the motion?
I will second that.
Okay. You can't vote. So all those in favor? Okay. So the motion is unanimously passed.
Thank you very much.
So now we go to item 21, which is 97 Kingsdale.
Yeah, here.
And Bin Hu is the speaker, I believe.
Yeah. Hi. Good evening, committee members. My name is
Talk
Bin.
right into the microphone, please.
Hello? Hello? Good evening, committee members. My name is Bin Hu, coming from HR Bell Auto Design, located on 7321 McDowell Park Avenue, Union 2 to Marham. I am agent on behalf of the homeowner of 97 Kingsdale Avenue. We are proposing the demolishing the old existing bungalow to rebuild new two-story detached residential detached house. And so we are going to have some issue regarding the zoning bylaw. So first of all is side yard setback. We are looking for 1.2 from the left and right, and city bylaw asking for the 1.8 meter limitation. That's item 1, 2. And item number 3, we are looking for the lot coverage and to be at least 32%.
Shouldn't it be?
And the bylaw required right now is 30%. Number 4 is we have proposing 1.55 meter high from the average establish the grading plan to the main hallway entrance. So we like to get 1.55 to get better entrance to solve the problem for the garage issue with the beam. Number four, because number 4, so we have a trigger number 4, number 5, number 6, as we have a basement, but the basement was treated at the floor, the first floor, not basement, because the average the clearance, I think, is below the average established grading. So that's one we'd like to. Also, this one trigger to the backyard decking. That's one become to the second floor decking, so has to be the change it. So that's what we had proposal for minor variance from 4 square meter limitation to the 12 meters proposed. That's it. Yeah, I finished.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant? Or the applicant's agent, I should say.
One question for the applicant. You've seen the planning staff report comments recommending that the coverage be limited to 32%. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, I changed this one short 0.5 meter from the back. Now the house was short 0.5 meter, so we reduced. We also talked to the homeowner, they agreed. So we update the drawing, sent to the zoning examiner, also sent to the application department last week.
So you said you're in agreement with that, Jane, from the staff?
Yes, we did. We already updated drawing. We sent to the zoning examiner and the building application our department. So right now the building length is 14.5. Original is 15 meter.
And does that affect any other variances that you've got, that you're now reducing the lot coverage?
Nothing else. This only thing we pull back the length, so we reduce the lot coverage. Because we keep the width same, so we reduce the.
Okay, so you're changing to what was requested in the staff report?
Yes.
32, okay. Any other questions, clarifications? No, there's no one else I see registered to speak on it. So we can have a motion? You got a motion on it now?
Mr. Chair, just to confirm, there is an adjustment to one of the variances?
Correct.
With respect to lot coverage?
Correct.
Okay.
Just lot coverage. And it went from, well, it's what's in the staff report. The request from the staff report, but it goes from to they wanted to, staff had wanted to refuse the, or to modify, I should say, from 33.5 to 32. So if we make it subject to the staff report, that covers that. So that's the only change. Okay. Well, I asked him if that changed anything else, and he said it didn't. So as long as we tie it to the staff report, it gets done. They won't get a building permit if they go back to the original 33.5. So do we have a motion? I'll try to approve the application subject to the staff report, which basically modifies variance number 3 from 33.5 to 32. Fourth on this or no? No fourth? Okay, so then that's the motion.
I'll second it.
Seconded, okay. Mr. Allison, all those in favor? Shaheen, do you have your hand up there? I can't. Okay. So it's unanimously in favor. Okay. So that then takes us to item 22.
So thank you very much.
Item 22, which is 26 Patricia. Here, 22. Jonathan Benzowski.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here. Jonathan Benzowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Yeah, I probably didn't pronounce your name correctly, so please correct me.
Benzkowski. I would just make one humble request to the committee before I start my presentation. I do have another item on the agenda and about six more. If we could deal with these consecutively, that would be greatly appreciated. I do not believe it is contentious with any neighbors or anything like that. It is at 127 Stibbard. But to get back to Patricia, the proposal for Patricia is fairly straightforward in my opinion. It's a one-story rear addition. It's essentially a back split where the dwelling is 2 stories at the front. The addition is entirely 1 story located at the rear. We did work with planning. We provided some additional information by way of showing the existing plans and how that relates to the addition at the rear. Even with the building length of 21.7 meters, we still are able to maintain a modest coverage of 1.99% over the allowable of 30%. That's really an indication of the depth of this lot and the ability of it to be able to accommodate a dwelling with an increased length while keeping that coverage at a modest number. Again, it's fairly straightforward in my opinion. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Rear yard addition, the 3 variants. Do we want a presentation on that, or why those variances are there? We got a bit of length, depth, and plan.
The applicant noted something about just a kind of fractional coverage. Is he referring to the lot coverage? What is he referring to there?
Well, we'll let him answer that.
Yes, correct. The permitted lot coverage is 30%. We're at 31.99%, which is variance number 1. What I was getting to with that, through you, Mr. Chair, is the modest increase of 1.99% when viewed in conjunction with the building length at 21.7 meters, again, for just the 1-story addition, is really an indication of the depth of this lot and how it's able to accommodate an increase in length while having such a modest coverage number. Generally, if we were to see a building length of 21.7 meters, we would really see that coverage number pushed up greater into a much greater number. But again, the ability to accommodate a deeper house on a deeper lot, in my opinion, while having a modest coverage at 31.99% is really an indication of the lack of an impact, as well as the variances being minor, in my opinion.
Any questions then, panel? Not, we can have a motion. Is there forestry? See forestry here.
I just see, Mr. Chair, I just see comments from planning requesting just one recommendation, requesting that any approval be tied to the site plan drawings dated October 12th, 2023, included in the staff report.
We can certainly tie it to that. Do you have any objection to that?
I do not, Mr. Chair, no.
Okay, good. Let's do it. Someone want to make the motion?
I will make a motion, Mr. Chair, to approve this application, subject to the condition in the planning staff report that the proposal be developed in accordance with the site plan drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment dated October 12th, 2023, and attached as an attachment to the planning staff report.
Okay, another seconder for that motion? Seconded. All those in favor? Okay. So that takes us to item 23. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, you wanted to move up the schedule on one of them? Which number is that?
It is 127 Stibbard Avenue.
Number 29.
29.
Yes, thank you, committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
9, here it is. And 127 Stibbard Avenue. Anybody have any objection to that?
With all due respect, there are people here in person who are ahead of that number. I don't think they should just jump the line because he's here and exit application. That's not fair. People who've been delayed 4 hours because the committee was delayed in starting the afternoon.
Any comments, panel?
I think we could have heard it rather than that objection, so I'd rather just proceed and go ahead and hear him. He's here.
How
Is
about
there
my
anybody
friends on the left?
objecting to his? Is there anybody objecting to his, the other application? Is he here?
Well,
Unopposed?
Mr. Chair, I just want to be careful that we're not just, rushing through. I think, it's a separate application. It deserves, due process. So, if you're asking, I would say I would say let's maintain the order, just given, direction from staff earlier.
Okay. I'm good either way.
Yes, I agree with that too.
So, well. So we just did. So the next one would be Armour, I guess. Come to Stibbard in its own term. So the next one would be in order is 142 Armour Boulevard, which is item 23.
Good afternoon. My name is Tasneem Batrima. I'm the agent for the owner. My office address is 911 Davenport Road.
Okay, I'll make sure we're. So go ahead. You can identify yourself.
Am I audible?
Okay. And what about your address?
The address is 911 Davenport Road.
Okay, thank you. All right. So looks like.
Okay, so our proposal is to construct a two-story basement and rear addition. There are 6 variances which we have requested, 4 of which are a function of the property lines not being parallel to the house. The first 4 all speak to the side yard setback variance. There's the required side yard setback. If you look at Z2, if you could please pull up from the drawings, Z2, which is the site plan. Yes, so the required side yard setback for any addition is 1.8 meters. We've set in our addition on both sides and are unable to comply with the 1.8 requirement, and hence have the variance 1 and 2. Variance number 3 is the side yard setback for the rear deck, and variance number 4 is the side yard setback for the front foyer, the front porch.
So it's a trapezoid. Why?
Exactly, yes, that's correct. So the further we go back with the addition, the closer we get to the lot line. In order to kind of stay as close as we could to what's required by the zoning bylaw, we have stepped the addition in and not gone straight back with the existing dwelling. We are proposing a setback of 1.29 meters on the west side, and 1.49 on the east side for the addition. The next variance is that for coverage. We are allowed 30%, and our proposal is just slightly above what is the maximum permitted. We are at 31.7%. Again, no other variance as far as the footprint of the house is triggered. We are well within the building depth, well within the building length that that's required by the zoning bylaw. And the last variance is one that is existing, which is triggered just by a change to the front porch. It's the front yard soft landscaping. What is required is 75% to be minimum as soft, and we've got a proposed of 49.6%, which is no different than what's existing if you look at Z1. If you could maybe look at Z1, all of the front yard, most of it is all it's an interlocking walkway, and there's a driveway. There's some soft landscaping, but the porch has been expanded within what is currently hard landscaping.
Okay, do we have any questions? Questions? There's no one else to speak to it. So, do we have a motion?
Just to confirm, I don't see any comments from staff. And just to confirm, there are no reports on this file from forestry or community planning.
Just double check.
So there's no official report from planning, but we did have conversation with planning and they were concerned about the soft landscaping. However, we pointed out and they agreed that the rear yard is almost entirely soft landscaping. It's over 80%, where what's required is 50%. And they were satisfied with that number.
And there are some letters of support as well.
I see that.
Just as a point of clarification to the chair, I'm going to abstain on this one because I have I know somebody who lives not very far from there, so I'm just going to abstain on this.
You must check that if you're casting too wide a net at some point with the integrity commissioner. I've heard that one before. I know someone who lives not far.
I have a relative on that street, not very far from that. Not in. I don't believe in the.
Okay, well, that's your call.
Yeah, I think I should. I have a lot of relatives, and friends, but mostly relatives that I'm not going to vote on their street when they're close by. So I'm just going to abstain.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. It's much better to err on the side of caution.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about earlier with his abstain. It's the old, if in doubt, get out.
I just have a question actually about the front yard landscaping. Is there a difference between the existing and proposed? I'm just wondering what is triggering that one variance.
The porch?
So
number
we've made
6.
the soft landscape.
Go ahead, Amy.
Sorry, the soft landscaping is better than what's existing because we've added 2 planters. However, it's if you look at the technicality, there's really no change in the extent of what's hard landscaping, what's the existing walkway and driveway. It's just any change to the front porch would trigger this variance, irrespective of whether we are seeing it or not.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Pleasure.
Okay, so we're ready for motion on this one now?
I will make a motion to approve the application.
I don't think there's any conditions.
There's no conditions on this one.
That's the first one.
Yeah.
Okay, do I have a seconder for the motion? Second?
I second that.
All those in favor? And we have one recorded abstention. So it is passed. I guess it looks like unanimous. So we go to number 24, which is 112 Regent Road. And it's Mario Silva.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Committee. It's Mario Silva, 100 Oxbridge Avenue.
Your point did not go unnoticed that it's now evening? After 6? Okay, go ahead.
So the proposed is a one-story detached single-family dwelling. We are asking for the relief on one minor variance, which is the proposed ground floor is 1.52 above established grade instead of 1.2 meters. So this is a straightforward variance. The proposal meets the setbacks, density, coverage, building height, and landscape open space. In my opinion, the plans are appropriate and desirable.
They don't get much more straightforward than this. Any questions, or are we ready to go?
I have no questions.
I just think I might want to declare a conflict as a, I hate to keep doing this, but I think there's a chance that I may know somebody.
Mr. Schwartz, can I please have you speak into the microphone?
I'm going to declare a conflict on this one. If I may.
Okay, you can step back. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we've just got the one variance. It's pretty straightforward. I assume there's no other questions. So I just want to see if there's any reports. No, there's a picture of a tree, but there's not any enforcement.
I don't
think
see any
we're good to go.
reports.
So I would move that we approve the application.
Mr. Chair, can you please speak into your microphone? It's a little hard to hear.
Okay, there are no conditions. It's the one variance. I think it's been well explained, so I would move to, and no staff reports, I would move to approve the application with no conditions.
I will second your motion.
Okay, all those in favor? Yes, so it is passed unanimously.
Thank you.
And Mr. Schwartz can come back and join us.
Mr. Chair, apologies. When Mr. Schwartz returns, I did not get the reason why for his conflict. If you can kindly inquire with him and we can record that.
I did say it should be recorded. At least I thought I did.
The reason for his conflict.
Oh, the reason, because he, quote, might know somebody on the street. He wasn't sure and didn't want to take the chance. At least that's what he stated. That's what I heard him state. So we can bring him back in now. He's there.
Member Schwartz?
While we're locating him, we come to item 25, which is 35 Woburn. Forestry, this one transportation, forestry. Okay. So we have the agent. And
that's right.
Is he coming back? Or?
I
didn't
cannot
see
locate him.
Okay, well then we should continue because we do have quorum. So 35 Woburn, which is item 25, Doug Bull and Sonia Wang, the agents.
Yes, my name is Doug Bowie.
Oh, Bowie, okay.
Yeah. I'm the agent for 35 Woburn.
Okay.
We have made a request with the staff that we would like to defer this meeting.
You wish to defer?
That's right.
Okay, so you need to give us a reason, and then we need to look at approving the request for deferral. So tell us why you want to defer, and then we'll see if anybody objects.
Yeah, we revised the site plan, but we didn't have enough time to send to the transportation department.
Okay. There,
yeah, we would like to talk.
The direct neighbor listed were Daniel Gottlieb and Jonathan Wilder. Are they here? Okay, do you want to speak to them? We're not speaking to the merits or lack of merits of the application. We're strictly speaking to the request for deferral.
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
And we would like to object to the deferral.
Well, you can do that, but once we get your name and address, that's what we're doing now. If you want to object to the deferral, that's what this is your time to do that.
Yeah, my name is Jonathan Wilder, and I'm the owner and resident of 33 Woburn. The rationale for the objection, I'd like to raise 3 reasons for that. The first reason is that the Transportation Services Department has already reviewed the application and they have already recommended the refusal. So therefore, we believe there is grounds for the COA to review the proposal. Secondly, the proposal does not pass the 4 tests of the Planning Act. We don't believe.
Now you're getting into merit.
One moment. We don't believe that a deferral will address those concerns, and that's because the variance is not minor. It's not desirable. It doesn't meet the general intent of the purpose of the bylaw.
I think you're getting into the merits of the
Okay.
application, and that's not what this is.
Yeah.
That's why you don't want to support a deferral.
Okay, so to be clear then, the reason why is that a deferral and subsequent resubmission, we do not believe would address the concerns, the requirements of the Planning Act. So it's essentially delaying the inevitable. And finally, we do believe that sufficient information has been submitted to enable your full review of the proposal. I do request the chance to demonstrate why, but again, I don't believe that there's any lack of information or any reason why you would not be able to review it as submitted.
Well, we'll let the applicant in a moment respond to that.
Okay, thank you. And as a co-owner of the mutual laneway between the 2 houses, I would request an equal opportunity to discuss matters that relate to the mutual laneway. Thank you. And thank you for sticking to the schedule as well. Appreciate that.
So is Daniel Gottlieb going to?
No, he spoke on behalf of us.
Okay. Okay, so the applicant, you've heard the objection that he basically doesn't think, already got the transportation request for deferral, doesn't think that any changes would make a difference. Sorry?
Yes,
correct. Sorry.
Yes, we do receive the same email. We are very new to this issue. Our site plan is all wrong. We're supposed to give the dimension from the mutual driveway, like using the age of the mutual driveway as a reference point, but we did not do that, and therefore we need to a little bit more time to get the proper site plan, so the member committee can have a proper assessment of the situation. That is yeah.
Make changes that
will be proper, provide the proper information about the situation to the proper authority, including the committee of adjustment. And you can see from the site plan that we are very new to this. We would like to take this opportunity to say sorry for everybody involved.
Okay, I just want to add, I'm very sorry because
if you're going to speak, we need to have your.
Okay, sorry. My name is Sonia Wang. I'm the mother of the owner of 35 WOBURN. I'm very sorry because we have revised the site plan, but we did not know we have to submit it to transportation. So we thought is after the committee adjustment we could submit the decision to transportation. So we made a mistake. So I'm very sorry. So we would like to give the new site plan to transportation first and to deal with them first before we come into committee adjustment. So we ask for deferral. Thank you.
Okay, what I hear you saying is you want to.
We want to defer
your numbers and take those to transportation?
Yes. Actually, we already revised and we already submit to staff of committee adjustment. Yes, but we forgot to give to transportation, so he did not have the correct information.
Okay, no, that's well explained and seems quite reasonable. Anyone have any other questions, or are you ready for a motion on the deferral request?
Mr. Chair, I would like to put a motion to accept the deferral request, mainly because it seems like the applicant frankly just needs more time to sort things out with city staff. And just based on the comments in the transportation report, I mean, the applicant may find that this may not even be the forum that they need to be in to request this, based on the staff members' comments. So I don't see any reason not to grant a request for deferral. Also, given that this is the first request on this application.
Yeah, and clearly we don't like to refuse a request if the applicant wants to make some changes.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm a little taken back by the comments from transportation staff relating to other legislation that may actually be more applicable here. Yeah, so for that reason, I'd like to put a motion to allow the request for deferral from the applicant.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so your application is deferred to give you a chance to give updated data to transportation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we now move to item 26, which is 8 Madoc Drive. Well, you got too many relatives. Let me just check what we got here in 26. So we have a transportation and forestry here. And what we're doing here is seven variances, and this is to construct a new dwelling. So is the applicant here, Mr. Edels? Or somebody speaking on his behalf? Looks like I have down here Monica Kucharska, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Monica has been unmuted.
So you're acting as agent? So it's 8 Madoc. Is the agent here or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm taking a look at the participants list, and I can see that the owners are also listed here as the second speaker. We have unmuted them as well.
Yeah, the owners are here as well, or at least, but it looks like they're doing it by remote. Or are they actually here? Who's going to speak to it? Let me ask it that way.
This is Shane Delweiss. I'm the owner of 8 Madoc Drive.
Okay.
I'm the owner of 8 Madoc Drive, Shane Delweiss.
Okay. So are you going to speak to this application then?
I guess I can. I thought that Monica would be here. She's our agent. She's the architect.
Well, that's why I called first.
Yeah. I don't know how to see like who's here and who's not. Can you see if she's here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can also note that Monica and the applicant, Richard Idels, are both present in the webinar. Would you like us to unmute both of them?
Are they on WebEx?
They are.
So she's listed as the agent.
Why
For
don't
some
you
reason,
try?
they're not unmuting me. They're not unmuting me. I'm trying to get them to think of Bye.
Through you, Mr.
Hello?
Chair, we've unmuted Richard Idels, and we can currently hear him.
Well, that's why I asked the first if he was here.
Okay.
Okay, so somebody's got to present this.
Richard Idell, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, Richard Idell, I'm the applicant, I'm the architect. I live at 80 North Meadow Crescent in Thornhill. My office is there as well. And I will be the first to present okay. Am I good to start?
You can start.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, we believe that the single-family house meets the 4 criteria, which I will be explaining. The owners are a young family who've lived there for many years in an old house that's getting smaller as their family is getting larger. We do a lot of research before we do a house, and we went through many committee decisions, which we will refer you to tonight. We also studied the neighborhood. We also have 22 letters from the neighbors, which have seen and have signed letters and have seen the plans. And those letters are on file in committee adjustment. I would like to now go through the variances. I will not necessarily do them in order, but try to start with maybe the more the larger variances. The first one is variance number 2. I would like to speak about coverage. So we found that there are at least 14 in the direct area through the website of the COA that have a 40 and above 40. Up to 46%. So we feel that is in line with what the neighborhood is doing. And again, the neighbors have no objection to that. The next thing is variance number 4, 3rd story, and I'm going to read what we've written here. We proposed a roof that is typical in this neighborhood, both in style and height, and it looks like a modest truss roof without dormers. What I'm saying here is it does not appear to be a 3rd story. It fits perfectly in with the neighborhood. The proposed inhabited attic space is lit by skylights behind it from the view, and the fire safety regulation of OBC is addressed in a small balcony that, according to the OBC, and we are aware of 11 houses in the proximity where such variances for 3rd floor was approved. 2 of them are on the same street on Madoc Drive. Now I would like to speak about variance number 5 and 7, which is let's just go back to the 3rd story. We're asking for what we believe is a modest variance, which is basically a half of a meter above the allotted 10 meters. That's the height, and we've done that many times. We also see many the committee has granted. I'm not suggesting that the committee grant something to us just because others have done it, but we also feel that it's appropriate for our neighborhood. Now, variances number 5 and 7, I would like to explain, and for that we would need to look at we had sent drawings of I think yesterday or today, which shows the section through the house. If we could show, if the committee could show that, please. Okay, you will see a section. Okay, let's start with the site plan. We're looking now at if we can hone in a little bit. If you see that the house, by the way, the length of the house is very much in order. The length of the actual house itself with the neighbors on both sides. We're asking for a very slight a variance in the front and the back. Actually, the house itself, if it was only for the house, we would not need a variance. We are asking for the deck, as you see in back of it. There's a concrete deck with a storage room below it, which when you see in the section, you will see in relation to the ground. It's very close to the ground. It's more like a patio than a deck, but because of its nature, because we're having storage underneath, it's deemed to be the length of the house. It's deemed to be part of the length of the house. If we could scroll down, please, to the section, and that should explain it. Well, we sent it separately, I think, today. I think there's a separate 2 drawings that we sent. Well, keep going. That's the front of the house. There's a building section that was, there you go. Okay. It's hard for me to see because you've got the, all right. You see the raised, let's see, where are we holding here? Oh, okay. You see storage under deck below the house on the right side, and you see the existing grade to the left. So we are about 3.5 feet, about a little over a meter from the grade. So
wrap up over by 30 seconds already.
Okay, but we did send another section. But I'm only saying that you see the house itself it would not need a variance if only because of this deck, so it's been given a long
Right, because there's
variance.
something under it covers counts and length.
Yes, yes. And we believe that the rest, we believe that according to our research and speaking with the neighbors and our own judgment, that the rest of the variances are minor and fall within the criteria of the committee of adjustment.
We'll let it continue with any questions that we have.
Okay.
Is the third floor being considered in the GFA or FSI calculation? Is it even before us? I mean, I raised the question because I'm just looking at the plans and it looks like this, normally when you have a lot of these applications, they'll trigger a third story, it'll actually be 2 stories. But in this case, if I'm not mistaken, the plans are actually showing unfinished attic with access to staircase and skylights. So I just want to confirm what the intent of that space is.
It's a play area for the children. It's a play area for it's just an open space, no bedrooms up there. And we could put bedrooms if we wanted to, but it's just an open space for the kids.
Is it being included as part of the floor area? I know it's noted as unfinished, but
no, there's no requirement, Mr. Counselor. There's no requirement for GFA in these houses. As far as I know, I've been doing this for many decades, and the GFA is not a consideration.
It's covered if you look at it in that area.
Okay. I mean, it's contained within the massing of the building, but I'm curious as to why it's noted as unfinished attic.
I think
let's be realistic. It's going to be
the owner is here and she can speak for herself.
Yeah.
I think the owner does want to speak, Mrs. Weiss. I think she's one of the speakers.
Okay, well, we should finish off with you first before she...
Sure. Yeah, I mean, just...
thank you. Thank you for unmuting me.
I'll let him speak.
Thank you. I accidentally muted myself. So I might be able to explain the why it's called unfinished attic. We have an ongoing discussion what we're going to do with that space. If we were going to put bedrooms, maybe a playroom, maybe just storage. But we do know that we want a staircase. We want it to be accessible by stairs and not like a pull-down hatch. So that would deem it to be a official third floor that, would require that we ask for that variance.
Okay.
So it's kind of like undecided space, but we want to know if we can have it, and then we would sort of figure out what exactly we wanted there.
I think that's reasonable.
Fair enough.
And you certainly, if it's a playroom for the kids, you don't want to have a pull-down staircase.
Yeah, look, it's not that I have any, issue with a use of a third story space. I just, when I see unfinished, but there's an open stair, right? I mean, to what extent is unfinished? I mean, it's got to be insulated, right? If it's open to the house. I mean, it just, if it's going to be an occupied space, just note it as such. It just sort of, it raises a bit of an eyebrow when I see, and I don't know if it's a matter of, if they do decide to finish later on, and, they may be back before committee, but I mean, as you noted, it doesn't trigger FSI or GFA. I guess I bring it up in the context of building height, perhaps, but it doesn't stand out as overly concerning to me. But I thought to provide clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? If not, I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, I'll bring the motion to approve it, subject to any staff conditions and compliance with those conditions in the staff.
Mr. Chair, it's very hard to hear.
I'll bring the motion to approve the application, subject to satisfying the conditions in staff reports, including the planning staff report, and for transportation and forestry reports.
Have a seconder for that motion? Seconded. All those in favor? Okay, so your application is approved, subject to the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, so we've done item 27, which is 27 Latimer. So that would move us to item number 28, which is 160 Castlefield.
One second.
Thank you very much, everybody.
I have Salvador Crimi as the speaker remotely.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, remaining committee members, and committee adjustment staff. My name is Sal Creamy, and registered address is 2572 Eglinton Avenue West.
Okay, you're acting as agent. Go ahead.
Proposal before you is a modest increase to an existing two-story home due to the increase in families. And I don't say that excuse to really hear family, they're growing and just require additional space because they want this for a home.
You're breaking up.
Is that better?
So far.
So it seems like feedback is coming back, and that's why it's breaking up.
Well, let's try again and see where it goes. Go ahead, try it again.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see how it works now.
Okay, so sorry, I muted myself and it's locked function to unmute yourself, touching the buttons. I hope this is clear for committee members. Okay, so I took myself off a speaker. Start again, and whatever will work with the time that's left because you guys are running late. The proposal is to construct a two-story rear addition with a slight side cantilevered addition of the existing second story of 0.6 meters. And it results in the creation of 5 variances, which one of them pertaining to roofs, eaves is technical in nature because it is a semi-detached dwelling. And they're measuring the essential flashing that would be on the side of the flat roof as the setback. And again, I repeat, it's technical in nature. The floor space index is modest at 13% over what is required by the lot. And by no way, shape, or form is the proposed built form swallowing or dwarfing the lot. There's still going to be a very presentable and maintaining the existing urban fabric that's present within the community by what's proposed. And another technical variance is going to be the parking space variance that's being reduced width from 2.6 to 2.13. And that's essentially due to the fact that we're measuring it from the support column of the veranda to the side property line, when in fact the setback, or rather the property line at the front, is set back quite substantially from the sidewalk, which we can see is where a car would park. But because of the additions that are proposed and it's opening them up now to review, that's where the setback is being measured from, and the width is being measured from that column, when in fact the car can park a little bit further back and fit comfortably. But because now they're proposing the built form and the proposal to the city, that's where the variance is being measured from. I think all other variances contained before the committee are reasonable in nature, and I want to open it up if there's any questions at this time.
Okay, do we have any questions on 160 Castlefield? There's no other speaker listed, so. Any questions? That was well explained. Any questions to the other side? We're ready for a motion then? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the subject application.
Do I have a second to that motion?
I second that motion.
Seconded? All those in favor? Okay. So our next item will be 29. It's 127 Stibbard. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break at this point. And then we can go ahead and finish the agenda from 29 on. Okay. So it's 6:51. 6:51, so it should be 6:56. I think we should, we do have quorum. I think we should start. So we're going to start with 127 Stibbard, which we had talked about before but didn't do. It's item number 29. And let's see if I can pronounce it correctly. Jonathan Benskowski.
That's very good, Mr. Chair. Very good.
Well, it's my second time at it, so better.
Well, it would have been a lot more in your previous years here, but those were a long time ago.
Okay, so we ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay, then we are.
Good. It's the proposal is just to construct a two-story rear addition. I did provide a side elevation graphic indicating the extent of the addition. In terms of the variances, the main height of the side exterior main wall is the existing height of the front. So it was matching the existing main wall height of the dwelling, as we can see it there. The left portion of the screen is the existing, and the white portion at the rear is the proposed addition. As we can see, that main wall height is maintained. Additionally, also the deck is built in line with the side wall of the existing dwelling. The proposed addition to the rear is in line with both east and the west walls. It does not have any bumping. In terms of the roof eaves, again, they are an extension of what is already there today, just again, built towards the rear. In terms of the FSI, if we look at kind of the factors of what leads to an overdevelopment and what leads to an increase in an FSI deeming to be unacceptable, we don't request a building length variance. We aren't requesting any setbacks or building depth. In my opinion, this is minor and appropriate. And really, it's just a conventional two-story rear addition built in line with the existing sidewalls. And I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Okay, that was succinct. There's no, looking at that, there's a tree pick, but I don't see forestry. Oh, there's a forestry memo, sorry. So, do you want to make a brief presentation?
Mr. Chair, I just went over a couple of the things. I'm happy to expand if there's any questions
that
the committee might have.
Are there any other?
There's no
other
lined up
no
to
one else
speak.
in line. It's just the applicant. Okay. Wow. And what are the conditions of the planning staff? Are there conditions of?
I believe I just see forestry in here.
Just the forestry memo.
That's it.
Okay. Well, I'm willing to bring a motion to approve, subject to compliance with any staff.
Try and move your microphone a little closer.
Well, I don't know. It's like right in my face. I'm willing to make a motion to approve this, subject to compliance with planning, with any staff recommendations, including forestry.
Do I have a seconder for that motion then?
I second that.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, so it is unanimously passed.
Thank you, committee.
That's 127 Stibbard, which was item number 29. So we now move to item 30, which is 134 Victory. Let's see who's on the list for this.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee. Do you hear me?
Yeah, who is it?
My name is Mustafa Khalil, 2MK Architect. The address 3461 Dixie Road,
okay,
Unit 504.
Okay, and there's another speaker looks like a neighbor. 136 Victory, is he? You're here, sir? Okay, in person? Okay. So we'll let the agent architect talk about the application.
Okay, shall I start?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so what we have in this application is there is an existing detached garage, which is 24.4 square meter. We are converting it to a garden unit, two-story garden units with a total 65 square meter. It's a tiny, small unit. It's kind of affordable housing in the city of Toronto. We came with 5 variances. So the first one is the required side yard setback is 1.5 on the west side because the existing garage is only 0.39 meter. The setback. The second one is the distance between the second unit and the main house is supposed to be not less than 7.5 meters. So the distance is 5.55, although it's the distance from the rear deck, and this clarified by the city staff report saying that the proposed distance for the garden unit is 7.73 from the main dwelling. So the 5.5 is only from the existing rear deck. And the third variance is also the other variance is also is related to that same matter. So instead of 1 meter, we have a proposed parapet of 1.05 meter. And number 5 is the proposed garden suite Eve will encroach angular plane by 2.75. We have 2.73 meters. So I think these variances are minor in nature and meets the requirement for the committee of adjustment, and I request the approval from the committee.
So is this a conversion or the replacement for the garage?
No, we are keeping the existing. If you go to slide 1 of the drawings, or slide 2 where it shows the site plan, we are keeping the walls on the ground floor and build addition on the second floor. So the ground floor is converted from a garage to the garden unit and adding a second floor on top of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Questions? Let's see what reports we had here.
I just see planning.
Just planning? Yeah, just the planning report. You've seen the planning report, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I went through it, and it's mentioned that the distance is from the rear deck, 5.55, from the main dwelling unit is 7.73.
Okay. Any other questions on it? We can obviously still attach it to the planning.
Yeah, we have a
Mr. Chair?
speak in opposition.
Oh,
I'd
correct.
like to hear from.
We do. Let me see. It's
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I just quickly
Mr.
mention?
Landsberg.
Mr. Chair?
Just a moment. The applicant has. You completed your presentation?
Yeah, I finished.
Okay. So, Mr. Landsberg, we'll get you to give us your address.
Okay, hi there. My name is Michael Landsberg. I'm property owner at 136 Victory Drive.
Okay.
I'm here to oppose to any of the variances. None of the neighbors support this. I'm sure you've got some other people that have opposed via email. There's no other garden suites in this neighborhood at all. The second floor of this garage is on the property line of my backyard, and it will block the sun completely. I will have no sun in the backyard. There's already 3 units in the house that's there, 3 or 4 units on that property. So saying he's building affordable housing is a bunch of baloney in the city of Toronto. If you could bring up the site plan for a moment, there it is there. There's a parking spot at the back where it says, I think it says patio at the back. The parking spot is not on the map. And on the front of the property, where it says 134, there's a parking pad that's not complete yet. So the actual driveway, there's no parking in the actual driveway, it's just a throughway. By building another unit at the back, it causes more parking problems on the property and for us as well. If there's, yeah, I sent in a picture of the house today via email. There was a late submission.
Today?
It was sent today, yeah.
Do you have a copy of it there that you?
No, I was told that you'd be able to bring it up if I said it was a late picture sent in today. It was just a picture of the actual garage from the street.
You know what time it was sent?
I was first thing this morning. Yeah, that's a picture there. So that's the garage.
Okay.
That's my fence right beside it. So by putting that second story up, that brick wall is like practically in my backyard. Now there's parking behind that house and there's parking in front of that house. There's nowhere to throw any snow as it is right now. You put a house back there, it becomes a fire hazard. There's no way to get out. There's nowhere to move. And like I said, the second floor in that unit, I get no sun in the backyard.
Well, the garden suites have to get approval through the fire department, obviously, for the access.
Because as you can see, that house is already a rental unit. There's, what, 4 or 5 air conditioners up there. So he's just adding another unit at the back that he says is affordable housing, which obviously it's not. It's just an income property. This is a single-family neighborhood. All semi-detached homes, lots of seniors in the neighborhood. And there's no other units like this.
We obviously don't have a lot of experience so far with garden suites. But whether or not this kind of meets the criteria becomes the question.
That's the question I have as well.
I'm not sure this is what was meant when they came up with the idea of garden suites.
Do we want to allow the applicant to respond?
Oh, absolutely. They have the right to respond to, I just want to make sure Mr. Landsberg's finished with his presentation, and then we'll
Yes, I'm done, yes.
let the applicant respond to the points you raised. He's remote.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation for the neighbor, and understand his frustration. But for the garden unit, it's allowed by the zoning bylaw. So the variances just came because of the setback from the west side, from that. So the garden unit is allowed in any way on this house. All what's been built is up to the zoning bylaw, and the permits was issued to the city. And he mentioned about the front. There's a permit issued for a curb cut on the front and 2 parking spots, which we are waiting for the city contractor to cut the curb and make this parking done, constructed in the front. So there's no problem with that in terms of parking. And if you see, it's the zoning. There isn't any notes about the parking lots, about the parking, the car parking.
No, but I wanted to follow up on your comment that the city allows garden suites, which is correct, but you require a bunch of variances to get that garden suite.
Yeah, that's right. I understand that, because what we're trying to do is just convert the existing garage, instead of like if we go with by the zoning bylaw exactly, and build a unit, is gonna just shift the garage itself a little bit to the right side. But in this case, we are just using the garage to build the garden unit. That's what we are planning to do.
Comments or questions?
Sorry, can I just say one more thing? The parking pad in the front, there's no greenery in the front yard.
Well, I've got a couple of questions for
Okay, we
the
can't go back and forth.
Go back and forth.
I've got some questions for the applicant.
You had a question?
Yeah, I do, for the applicant. But first of all, I'm just looking at this and I'm questioning, what was the staff report saying about this? Am I missing it?
Mr. Chair, through you.
Basically take it under advisement.
Yeah. So that is an information report before you.
Under advice.
Well, we can ask.
I'm asking the applicant, Mr. Applicant, what's the staff report saying in respect of your application?
They said on the comments that they are not saying anything. Just they mentioned that the variances for the distance for the dwelling unit is 5.5 meter from the rear deck, not from the main dwelling unit. For the main dwelling unit, we are meeting the zoning bylaw. So the staff say recommending receive these details related to the proposed separation distance.
Sorry, I can't hear you very well. If you could please slow down just a little bit and repeat what you just said. Just the last couple of sentences, please.
Yeah, so the staff report just mentioned the separation distance is 5.5 meter, which is one of the variances is measured to the existing rear deck, which has excavated space below. The proposed garden suite itself are complying with the zoning bylaw in terms of the distance from the main dwelling units. So that's on the staff report.
Okay, let me just. The other thing is, was there anything? Did you consider maybe making the? Was there a way to stagger the second floor so it wasn't so close to the neighbors? Was there a way to, move it somewhat closer to your house and away from theirs?
No, because they got the garage.
Well, no, build it on top of the garage, but stagger it in a way so it wasn't right on top of them. Was there anything you could have done?
Because the unit is a smaller, like 2 floors, 65 square meter. There's no room to stagger it further. We already respected the ground floor footprint. If you see on page 7, the slide 7 on the elevation, if you see the second floor is protruded from the right side. We are not extending the garage setback. Yeah, this elevation.
What's being done in terms of so there's not going to be any basement here?
No, there's no basement, just the ground floor and second floor.
And you're going to have to introduce services and so forth to that unit. Okay, I guess I understand what you're trying to achieve. What's the intention? It's going to be rented out. Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
I mean, I think some of these variances to get the garden suite seem relatively significant. I mean, it's easy to brush them off, but you've got, the side yard setback for the second story, which is part of the problem of it being on the line, the distance from the main building, the height. So, I mean, it seems to be getting just about every angle you can get, side, height, distance from the main building. I don't think this is what was envisaged with the garden suite. I don't think this meets the 4 test.
I think part of the challenge, too, is that the applicant is starting with an existing building.
Right.
And, while I'm all for, reuse and repurposing, I think we got to be extra careful too when we're dealing with garden suites and laneway houses, because backyard space it's different from the front yard. It's people typically have amenity space, more private spaces. Just in my experience from seeing a number of these buildings pop up, they look a certain way. And, I think in particular, one thing that I think would certainly help is a consideration of that 45-degree angular plane. Kind of sets it as to say, hey, this is a secondary building in the back, and we're being kind of cognizant and aware of our context around us. And for such a small building, I mean, the number of variances, as you put it, I question whether or not this really is
Garden suite.
consistent, right? Is it really consistent with the intent of what a garden suite is supposed to do? Supposed to be,
Yeah, because
right?
that's one of the tests, right?
Yeah, I will state that I don't necessarily have an issue with the fact that, you know, the property is being used as a multi-residential, that's something we have to account for.
That's not before us.
It's not before us, yeah, but on just looking at it as a garden suite at the rear, I think it kind of really pushes. It's really asking for a lot. We're not talking about 1 or 2 variances here. We're talking about 5
in virtually every direction.
In every direction, and I don't see where there is opportunity for the applicant to have made adjustments to sort of mitigate those impacts, particularly on the adjacent neighbor. I think that that's something where the application falls short.
And maybe there just is no more space for more units in this building.
Well,
That could also be the case.
okay, so, I mean, we're discussing this without a motion on the floor, but maybe we should, just for the benefit of everybody who's before us, because there's at least one resident and a bunch of people signed it. I'm a little concerned about the staff report, which is not directive, as a staff report might be, as if they're,
Mr. Chair, can I reply to that, please?
please.
Not all staff reports will be directive.
Yeah.
This is an information report for your benefit, should you have questions.
Yeah.
Usually, if there is no concern, then there is no staff report written.
Mm.
In this case, it's an information report.
Right. Well, I mean, I hear what the applicant says, and I think as a policy, there's 2 issues. One, does this satisfy the policy, right, that it is, garden suites are a policy that are supposed to be,
But does this meet the intent? I mean, that's
well,
what we're saying.
if it doesn't, then what does?
Well, I'll just give an example, just referring to the variances. You know, I think the planning report is very helpful to acknowledge the fact that, you know, that 7.5 meter setback requirement, you know, is not being met on the account of there being a deck structure, which is being taken into account as part of the building. So I think that's helpful, and I'm satisfied with that, you know, that explanation. But, you know, given that we are dealing with some setback issues in conjunction with just an omission of the angular plane. I mean, if you're going to have setback issues, then make sure you get your angular plane in. Make sure you get some of those other requirements in to help mitigate the impact. But in this case, they've sort of just disregarded it. And I think addressing the fact that we're dealing with you've got your as-built variances from the existing structure, right? You've got setback issues, and sort of compounding that with a lack of kind of adherence to what is being proposed on top to create additional variances. I just think, I'm not against a garden suite, but I think that this
isn't the poster
it needs work. It needs work. It's not the right, and perhaps maybe not the right building to start. I shouldn't get into that, right? Because if it may just require a revision of the design with the existing building. It may require a new building altogether to meet those requirements. But I think in its current form, it's just falling short of meeting the 4 tests, in my opinion.
How about the other end here? What do you guys think?
I agree with the comments Jordan has made, and I have concerns that the garden suite policies and bylaw provisions are fairly recent, I would say, for the city. And the fact that the one that I find kind of offensive is there's a 4 meter height limit for a garden suite, and they're not able to comply with that. So kind of says to me that it doesn't meet the intent of the zoning bylaw.
I think that's kind of what we've been saying. It doesn't really meet the intent. It's almost like you're trying to shoehorn something to make it fit. And anytime you see a large number of variances, it says it doesn't fit.
For such a small building, I might add.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're ready for a motion.
Well,
No?
well, I mean, I'm not sure. My main concern of the 4 tests is it minor, right? Because I think like if there's some direction to have garden suites, then it potentially could comply with the other criteria. My question would be, is it minor? Or are we going to just say, well, all garden suites are allowed? Because this looks like a garden suite. It's doing what garden suites are supposed to do, but is it minor? And it's as if like planning staff did make some comments, but it's as if they didn't want to really opine on whether it's minor or not. And it's up to us to do that. That's the way I think here. And
Through you, Mr. Chair, the staff reports will not necessarily address the 4 tests. That is your job. Respectfully.
I think it makes 4 tests.
As mentioned before, not every staff report is directional.
Mr. Allison, you think it meets the test?
I think it falls short.
I think you and I are saying the same thing.
Yeah, Mr.
well,
You were saying the same
I'm
thing
sort
as
of
well, so
saying
maybe
that
we should go with a motion.
I think it may meet 3 out of the 4, but I'm concerned about the minor part. That's where I'm.
And not to say that it's not no objection to a garden suite being proposed on this lot. However, I think that the applicant would benefit from just going back and looking at some of the primary criteria, things like angular planes, and because just looking at it offhand, there are some adjustments that could make this applicant significantly better, and I think reduce some of the impacts on the adjacent neighbor that were brought up.
And there was no effort to do that.
Yeah, and I think
Yes.
if I'm correct, this is our first garden suite today, right? And we're a new term of a new committee, so I don't know if we want to make this one the poster boy for garden suites. Like it does fall short in my view, what you're saying garden suite should do. And the question is, do we make this the standard? In which case, we're effectively approving all garden suites because.
The next one you'll find in the middle of somebody's driveway.
Well, I don't know if they can go that far, but this one goes pretty far. It does accomplish things that I think are trying to be accomplished, but at the expense of maybe the other residents not being minor, or not at least working with them towards trying to come up with solutions. I don't know. Was there any consultation with the residents? Was there any, or was this just imposed on them? Maybe that's the question. I kind of want to know because
We heard nothing about that.
yeah, okay,
It's not something you would hide if you did.
right. If you go to the residents, you say you had meetings
Right.
with them, you'd have some.
I'm going to call for a motion. I think we've talked.
Sure, I'll bring a motion, Mr. Chair, to refuse the application.
Yeah, I'm fine with seconding that.
You're going to second that?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, then all those in favor? So it is unanimously refused? Okay, so we have one more to go, which will go to Don Mills, to 30 Overton. Don Mills.
My name is John Sibinik. I'm the agent for this application.
What is that buzzing? Oh, the construction? Okay.
Committee hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Semenek.
Oh, yes, yeah. At the last hearing, I requested deferment, so I had an opportunity to review with Urban Forestry some of their comments about the city-owned tree, which is identified as number 648 on the arborist report. Basically, what happened here was that, that's the modified site plan that was reissued to Urban Forestry, and it illustrates the driveway to the neighbor at number 34 and the driveway for the proposed driveway for number 36. And you can see how the neighbor at 34, you know, he went through committee of adjustment a couple years ago. He got his permits for this driveway and for the house. This house is in the final stages of a final build. And you can see the challenges that the neighbor at 34 had tried to clear the city-owned tree. So I'm trying to come up with an overall combined plan that represents the challenge or the conflict of that tree that's impacting the driveway for 34 and the driveway entrance. Because at the moment, that dashed line represents the current edge of the asphalt. It's like 1.6 meters from the angular or that radial property line to where that dash line is. So the owner at 34 doesn't have the required width to access his property. Now, you know, like I said, the owner at 34, we approached him as per Urban Forestry's request to see if he would reconsider. But he hasn't, he said no, he's not going to, because he's got his approvals for this driveway layout. So we're kind of stuck. We've got a tree that the Urban Forestry, the arborist report says, you know, it's in decline and it's in poor condition. But regardless, Urban Forestry still wants to have tree protection around this tree. So I had a look at that. And I think that's sort of like a 3-meter tree protection zone according to the arborist. So that plus the 3 meters for the driveway means that a chunk of that neighbor at 34 would be losing some of his property, you know, to accommodate number 36 entering his property. So that doesn't really function that well. I've also approached transportation this morning to see what their thoughts were. I think they had a look at this site plan because I issued this morning to them and identified the same issue. They basically said they're willing to, they said that we needed a 3-meter driveway entrance, but they would consider reducing it to 2.8 in the vicinity of that tree. So that would be like a tapered flare from the road to close to where the tree is. But that's sort of like, I'm not sure that's going to address Urban Forestry's concern, but, you know, and I've read their most recent report, which was dated, I think, October the 16th, you know, requesting another deferral, but I don't think this is the solution. I think, you know, we need to provide proper access to this property at 36. Otherwise, he doesn't have a legal parking spot, you know, to park. And it's a unique lot. It's pie-shaped. There's challenges with this particular site. We looked at possibilities of relocating the driveway on the other side of the building, on the east side, but there are so many services there. You've got a utility box, catch basins, light standards. I mean, you know, there's obstacles everywhere on this site. And so, you know, and then, you know, the way this building at 36 is, they have soft landscaping on both side yards. So, you know, it looked like this was a legal parking spot and driveway at first thought. But when we went in for the zoning review, they identified that no, there was no legal parking spot recognized for front yard parking. So that's why we went in for the minor variance. You know, you can see the comments from Urban Forestry. They're included in, you know, within that site plan. And there's also the report that you've read as well. But I don't see, you know, a solution here that would acknowledge this owner to have proper access to the site.
And then we can ask questions if we need to.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what you just said there, but do I have any more time to elaborate? No? Okay.
We can do it by questions if that's what the clock's
Oh,
going.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'll certainly answer questions should the committee have any for me.
So what happens at 36 Overton if this application gets refused?
Well, there are some options. I think one of them is to go through council, but I don't know if that's not a recommendation that forestry offered. Let me just see. We have no problems with the conditions. There were 3 conditions on that urban forestry report. We did apply to injure 1 tree, so we did that, but I guess they want us to continue with this process of the conditions. But as far as the recommendations, I think there's one, I think that's on page, yeah, when there's a denial or if there's an acceptance by the committee, but urban forestry is not in support, then we have to go through what they call the city council submission. I don't know what that entails at this point, but I guess that's a consideration. But I'd like to think that, you know, common sense prevails here so that, you know, the tree is in poor health to begin with, and we're willing to work with urban forestry to provide the, you know, a substitute tree or some kind of a penalty, anything that's, you know, we want to work with them, in other words. And it's just unfortunate this particular site didn't have the proper access in the beginning to this property. And, you know, it's no fault of the current owner, and I can't fault the person who's building next to him because he's doing it all above board and it's all legal. So what other options are there for this owner? I don't know. You know, he's certainly entitled to parking, and the lot is big enough. We comply with all the other zoning requirements. So it's just unfortunate that the tree is there where it is, but we're willing to work with urban forestry to see if there's, you know, if there's anything else. But I think as far as transportation and works, they have a minimum driveway width of 2.8 meters. They can't reduce it any further than that for the driveway entrance. So that's why you notice the red cloud there. That's sort of like their minimum requirement, but they will accept the 3 meters beyond that and in front of that.
So if transportation and forestry went with the 2.8 to the tree and then more past the tree, would that satisfy?
I don't know if urban forestry would accept that. I think they're talking about tree protection zone, which is like 3 meters, and that would make it impossible to enter the site. They haven't given us a formal number, and it's strange because we went in and provided this drawing, but they never specified what that minimum requirement was. So I don't know, you know, what their minimum requirement is according to the tree protection zone is generally 3 meters, and it's in the arborist report, that number. So
normally the TPZ is during construction.
Yeah, during construction. So, you know, like another thing that we could consider is maybe permeable pavers, you know, things like that, you know, which may, you know, reduce the impact, but and improve the situation. But we're willing to work with urban forestry in that regard, but they haven't come back. Initially, their first comment was they were going to support this application, and all we had to do was pay a $3,600 a tree replacement, but then that changed the moment the examiner approached his supervisor, and that's when that was off the table. So we don't know, you know, like this is very strange, you know, how this whole sequence is unfolded on this property, and it's kind of you know, I don't think this is right, you know, to be in this situation. I mean, this is you know, the arborist has said this is a declining tree, so I think we could put a better tree in its place, and a proper specimen too. So I think there's ways to overcome this.
Did you not go to community council? Who often deal with.
You're asking if we're willing to go to council?
Well, to community council. I'm trying to figure out a way to solve this problem, which is really difficult to solve.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question for the agent through you? I see that there is a report for transportation. There are comments for variance number 1, and there are conclusions there. So I was wondering if the agent could elaborate on that as well, because there is a there are two conclusions there, which requires the last one is the forestry and the rest is there. So you're aware of that comments and conclusions as well?
I'm not seeing that image properly. Could you just do it so I could see this report or conclusion? This is on which report? Was it dated? I've got 3 reports from Urban Forestry. Is it one the 15th or the 17th? And this is, this is from development. Oh yeah, okay. So this is from Works Department, August the 10th. Let me just pull that one up. Yeah. So I spoke to Akhtar Hussain this morning. He's identified on that, and he's saying that he's okay with our proposal, you know, for the modified site plan.
We can only deal with what we have in front of us, though.
So, like I said, Akron, Hussein spoke to his supervisor, and they said that they have no issues with this variance, and they're okay with the modification of the driveway from 3 meters to 2.8 at the side of the tree.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess the intent here is essentially that the applicant is, through a series of sort of tapering the driveway upon entry, narrowing to get around the tree, and then sort of widening, essentially trying to establish a parking space via driveway in the front yard.
Yeah.
But also maintain the tree without tearing it down, is my understanding. And there was I get the impression that there was quite a bit of work done to try to see if there was another alternative.
Yeah, I tried to.
Is that?
We tried to. Yeah, we tried to reduce the driveway width.
And may I ask, with respect to the other side of the lot, what prohibits from establishing a parking space on the other side? Is it? And we've got another tree.
There's a number of
infrastructure.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
And another substantial tree. So I'm not sure we have an answer for that side of the house, but I think there'll be even more challenges on the east side of the property. The easy solution is to maintain the driveway more or less where it is, but just expand it so that the owner has proper access to his property. And, you're cooperating with your neighbor. You're complying with his requirements, meeting your requirements. You're not blocking one neighbor from the other. I think the shared Y-shaped driveway is not a solution in the long run for this property, or either property. I estimate about 5 meters of private land would have to be occupied to comply with, some of these, the neighbor at 34. But that's just an approximation. And I don't think the neighbor would even entertain that. He definitely said no. So when we met with him on that Friday, the day we installed the minor variance sign, the owner also approached the owner at 34 on the following Monday, and they said no. No, we're not going to entertain what urban forestry is suggesting here. So this is where we're at. I attempted to find out if we could reduce the driveway to 2 meters, but the Works Department said no. They cannot accept that because their minimum.
No, it's helpful. I think I just needed to make sure I understood correctly the matter before us.
Mr. Chair, when I look at the development of 34 Overton, it probably was a similar variance that was requested for 34 in order for them to have that front yard parking that isn't permitted. That's the variance. I don't see the harm in approving the variance and let the applicant work out the details with urban forestry and transportation as to the size and the configuration of the driveway. I don't think we're going to solve it by trying to design it ourselves.
We can, and we're going over the same points over.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a good
Not
point.
for us
Yeah.
to redesign.
No.
Yeah, it's just the allowance of it to be there. Thank you for that.
So I think that's a good solution, as far as we're concerned. Whether it'll solve the problem, you may want to talk to your counselor as well, to kind of as an arbiter or negotiator here.
Yeah.
That's I think that's. I'm trying to remember who's counselor in that.
So is there a condition that will be imposed on this minor variance then?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
What stated was that they would negotiate and talk to transportation and forestry to resolve the issue.
And those would be conditions of the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I think we have to do.
I could move that motion to approve the application, subject to the conditions contained in the urban forestry report and the transportation report.
Do you have a seconder for that?
I second that.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay. I just as an aside, it's not my place, but I believe it's Councillor Burnside. This is his area, if I'm not mistaken. But that's where a councillor may be able to do something as well, working with city staff.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, that's not really for us to say at this point.
Sorry?
That's not really for us to say at this point.
But I think the motion, the way we crafted it, with working with those two departments, is the best we can do. Yeah. Do we need a motion to adjourn? Okay. And I will move that we adjourn. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
That was fast?
It was fast.
All in favor? Okay, so we are adjourned.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Greg.
Okay, wasn't easy.
This is a rough one. Are they all like this?
Depends how many they put on the agenda.